everybody, and welcome to a very, very special weekend here. It's the DSL EU playoffs. Today, we got the first day of competition where we will be going over all the quarterfinals matches. I'm Jord, joined by Shoddy Strawman. Shoddy, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Thank you very much for having me. I'm excited to see how the new heroes are going to stack up in this. It was a frankly fantastic update, and it's going to be a great day of play, especially for these finalists.
Yeah, lots of new things in the game at a very, very important time for these players in the playoffs right now. So very curious to see how the teams have adapted to this new patch. You know, if anyone's picked up some of the new characters, knowing how to, take them to their full potential, or at least enough to where they can use them in this tournament today. So I guess we will see very, very shortly here. Just to quickly go over today and tomorrow, the second day of play would be tomorrow. We can take a look at the bracket here. We on the A stream here are going to be covering Groglodites versus Goo Creatures, and then the second game we will be covering is the Patron Saints versus Les Watermelons. Watermelons? What do you want to call it? I don't know. I'm just a little silly guy over in NA. And then if you want to check out some of the other games, the Legos versus the New York Triad and the Boon Enjoyers versus Trophy Collectors, that's going to be over on the B stream, so it should be over on Death Slam events. So definitely check them out. Shoot them a follow, shoot them some love. Make sure you know all of the things going on for pretty much this bracket in general. Tomorrow we will be going over the semifinals and of course the finals and the third place match later on, so stay tuned for that as well. But I mean, without further ado, I think the teams are about ready, so we can talk once, a little bit about the patch, a little bit about these teams. But Groglodites versus Goo Creatures, that's our first match of the day here.
That it is. When it comes to picks and bans, I'm more or less expecting that Vindicta and Yamato are going to get first pick, first ban, something around those lines. That's what it was for so long now. Vindicta has such good pressure, I don't think she even got any nerfs either, but with the Tether and the Crow, you just debuff City them, and they can't hit you because of the flight, and you can still be very effective in fights with Assassinate from a distance. And then Yamato, she's got a good everything. In her laning stage, she has her right click in order to be able to poke safely from a distance, and she can also pop Restorative and Mystic Shot, so prepare to die immediately. Well, not immediately, but she also has Power Slash to keep you away, and then once she gets her ult online, it becomes absolutely oppressive to deal with. Now, with the new heroes, I'm going to be interested to see what we get here. I'm hoping to see some Drifter. We'll see. Victor was just released yesterday, and I believe that it's up to the teams whether or not they pre-ban him or not. Regardless of that, I think all of the other heroes are in a pretty good spot. Paige, we may or may not see. She's an interesting support, very similar to how Dynamo plays right now, in that you have to be very, very backline with her. You can't go up at all. She's got low mobility and low health, but she's got very good barriers to keep it so that way, if you need to go in, just make some poke damage, get them some favorable trades in order to start winning lanes. You can do that very effectively. It also keeps the opponent at range. You can't get too close to her. Mina is the glass cannon. She was the first one released, and she got some buffs in some of the update patches. I don't think that she's bad, but I think the rough part is that you have to start snowballing with her early. I don't think she's going to be a high priority pick. She is a gun-based spirit character, which feels funny as a sentence, but she uses her gun for the spirit damage. And I feel like if you want to have a gun character right now, you would much rather have Infernus, Mirage, or Haze, just because of how much more pressure they have, as well as splitting up what kinds of damage that you have. You can't just go all spirit or all gun. You have to make it a little bit more of an even split, make it more difficult to our opponents here. As we get into the draft, you're going to see what picks and bans they're going to start out with. Who are you excited to see here, Jordan?
Well, honestly, just any of the new characters, but other than that, I'm just excited really in general to see kind of what EU is prioritizing. Unluckily enough for me, I haven't really been able to catch a lot of the EU games as of recent, just because of my schedule. So I have heard that the meta over here across the pond is a little bit different. So I'm pretty excited to see how these players tend to prioritize the draft. One thing you noted before is, that Yamato as well as these days feels like a Yamato one trick. That's pretty much all I'm queuing nowadays to climb. But it's always a fun character for me to watch and enjoy. I think it's a cool one. So I never mind a little bit of Yamato. And looking at the bans here, we might be getting one as the Kelvin ban pretty early and the Doorman ban. So maybe some early, support slash utility. I don't know if I'd consider Doorman a support necessarily, but more utility character for sure. Getting taken off the board already. What are your thoughts on this one?
Doorman's an interesting first ban. I don't think he's bad. He's definitely good, especially because he has a similar ult to Mo and Krill. He's got very fantastic mobility by having the portal gun in his doors, and he's got good lane shove with the cart. Cart keeps them away, but the Call Bell is also really strong. Kelvin ban I find very interesting in comparison. I don't think that's wrong, mind you, but it just feels like, well, why not ban Vindicta or Yam, possibly even Warden? I don't think he's a bad ban by any means, but I think the problem is that he's not too high impact. Like, he's the best healer in terms of raw numbers. He has really stupid amounts of healing, and right now I believe the meta is that you even just rush the damage on grenades, and you can mess around with it from there. So he can still be pretty aggressive as a threat, especially with that dome. And it's the most unique ult in the game, I would say. The one that has the most utility of either resetting at any point, trap an enemy, make team fights worse. It's very flexible, but with the straight power of Vindicta, or as we're seeing here, Victor Page, goodness gracious, all the new heroes that we're getting today. But Kelvin is much more pure utility, and I don't think he doesn't set up his own game plan. He's there to enable others. So I would have preferred that if you banned Yamato, Holiday, Vindicta, as we see on the Groglodites side, as well as a Holiday coming up from Groglodites, I would much rather those, because Vindicta and the Holiday, they didn't really get any nerfs as of late, and we've seen how dominant their performances in top matches for quite some time now. Vindicta, as I said before, debuff machine. Holiday, she is arguably the best pick character because she has, even though she only has 2 stamina, some of the best movement as a result of her jump pads. So it's very easy for her to come in, hit you with the lasso, and then get out. And it's very hard to punish unless you have very specific answers to it. Lash might be a good one. We'll see how it fares out. But I'm liking Groglodites draft a lot more in this first half. How about you?
Yeah, definitely something I was gonna talk about here. You know, Goo Creatures, they pick some of the new characters. Just to note and be fair to them, I think Page Victor actually is a pretty good combo on its own. Victor survives for so long and can keep people kind of, you know, locked on top of him for a good amount of time, and Paige throws so many shields at you and just keeps you alive for so long. And if they're all kind of around Victor trying to kill him, it makes her root and her dragon and all that stuff a lot easier to hit. Same with the ultimate as well, just to keep Victor alive. So it's a good little combo there. And then with Flash and the Paradox now from Goo Creatures, you know, setting up more of that pick comp. But one thing they are kind of lacking is that straight consistent damage, right? Something like, you know, maybe an M1 character, or maybe a Pocket, which is banned now, or a Yamato, like you mentioned. But looking over at Groglodites, they have the pick with the Holiday and the Vindicta. The Vindicta also has a bit of the damage as well. The Warden is more than enough damage you're ever going to need in a team. That character is disgusting. And, you know, still really hasn't been nerfed recently as well, especially with the new characters coming out. I mean, one thing people have to remember, I think is going to be important today, is nothing's changed with the old characters in the old meta. We just added 6 more characters onto it, right? So the old characters are all still going to be great. You probably don't need them to make a comp very good. But definitely, you know, still taking a look and see if you can supplement those really good existing, you know, team comps that we've seen before with some of these new characters, what I'm going to see. But Groglodites does not really seem to care about that. They're picking the Viscous, they're banning that Moan Krill. They have 0 of the new characters right now, and they are just going straight up old school on us.
That they are. I'm liking their comp significantly more because Warden plus Vindicta is an absolutely oppressive lane if you can get it played correctly. You have Warden's Binding Word plus Vindicta's Stake, so you can stake them in place, Binding Word them, use Alchemical Flask to remove some of their stamina. They can't move, and you just absolutely decimate them, and it's going to be hard for them to really answer that. Goo Creatures, I don't think it's bad so far. But with Groglodites having so many strong laners, Vindicta, Holiday, Warden, Viscous, and Ladygeist, they're all very strong. Not even like mid-lane, strong. They're going to have a very strong early game presence, and they're going to have a strong late game presence because of that Warden as well as Vindicta. So I'm liking their draft a lot more. And Goo Creatures, they understand they're going to have a bit of a late game oriented comp, so they're going to go for the 7 here as opposed to trying to short their early game. Interesting choice. What do you think of that?
Hey, well, they need damage. So, I mean, you kind of secure that late game damage for sure. And they still got one more pick to maybe secure something a little bit better in the early to mid game. But I say that I feel like Paradox and Lash are fairly good picks for that as well already. Victor seems not weak, but a little bit, slower in the early game for sure. Whereas Page, I think, not the most damage early, but the shields and just the utility you're providing is definitely going to kind of take a character that might not be great and turn them into being decent or even good, depending on, what lane matchup you have. And then it looks like they are going to be going with the Mirage, so that early lane pressure kind of covered, in my opinion. I think the Mirage is still very, very good at keeping that lane shove, keeping that poke going on all cylinders here. I think Page Mirage actually might be a fairly decent combo that we might see. Could also just be Mirage Paradox, just going full pressure lane into that. So I'm definitely curious to see where they're going to be putting this Page and this Victor. But other than that, I think Troglodytes, at the end of the day, still have a very, very scary pressure early comp, and they're going to round it out with the Infernus here, just kind of securing a bit more damage, a bit more M1 carry potential in the game here. Only thing that I'm a little bit worried about with them is that they could be lacking in a little bit of gun damage here if they decide to go more towards the Spirit side. But at the same time, I mean, it's pretty much only Victor that can really stack that Spirit resist. And I mean, if you just run away from the Victor, run past the Victor, kill everybody else, I don't think it's going to be too big of a deal for them. So Troglodytes, I definitely think, have a pretty good comp.
Yeah, I'm liking their comp a lot more here, and we also see that they choose Infernus as their last. I like that over any of the other choices because it works very well against 7. You can pepper him from afar when he's getting that ult, get that debuff going. Also going to be pretty good against Victor. I've seen a few clips of him, and he just doesn't die, so if that Infernus can get Toxic Bullets or Healbane in order to really reduce how much he'll be able to heal back all of that HP, it's going to be pretty strong. As for lanes, I'm expecting a Page Victor lane, as Victor, Page's barrier allows you to trade very favorably, and Victor doesn't mind trading all that much with how aggressive his kit is statted. You want to be able to get in, do damage, and get out. Or never really leave because you just don't die. But at the same time, having that Page barrier to make those trades that he wants to go for in the first place even safer is going to be really annoying to deal with. I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be as they are, Mirage 7 lane, Paradox Lash lane, Page Victor lane, with the main reason being that Paradox Lash are both pretty high burst damage characters, and Paradox will be able to get them when they're far away, Lash gets them when they're up close, and having a Mirage kind of babysit your 7 would be a pretty good idea. I can definitely see it going a different way, but I'm liking Troglodytes so much more than Goo Creatures, but I don't think Goo Creatures draft is bad by any means.
I think they have, one thing that I always stress about in these drafts is making sure you have a game plan, you have a way to win the game, and I think Goo Creatures do have a fairly, simple way to win the game, right? You have the 7 win condition later on with that ult if you decide to go that way. You could also just make him go M1 and he's going to be giving a loud, pumping out a lot of damage later on. You have the Devil Pit characters in Paradox Lash. You have ways to play the game and kind of run into that mid to late, get some picks, kind of pressure the lanes, with that Mirage in the side lane. I think Victor can be a very, very strong character at just bunkering and, playing a little bit of lane janitor. I've seen a Victor just under his tower, under a Guardian, just surviving for so long under, even 2, 3, 4 characters trying to kill him. So it's definitely, they have a game plan, and I think they have, the characters they hopefully will see, they have the skills to pull this one off. So I definitely am not going to be counting them out of this one. And keep in mind, everybody, it is going to be a best of 3 for all the games today. So, gives us a little bit more time to see some of these new characters, these new comps, see what these teams have cooking up for us. And as these players are getting into the lobby and getting settled here, I mean, Shoddy, you want to make a little prediction? I always like doing this, especially, going over the EU games. I mean, maybe I'll get hated anyway, so might as well make them hate me more. Who do you think's going to win this one? Just the game 1, not the best of 3 for this, just based on the drafts.
Troglodytes for sure. They have such early pressure, and once they get that early lead, they're going to have a much better time of it. And I do think that they both have good team fights. 7 and Lash on Goo Creatures is going to be very strong if they can get that combo going. But Troglodytes has such a clean transition from early to mid to late mid game. Not even going to late game. I think they can really stomp effectively. And if it does go late, they have Infernus, they have Ordinal with Lightning Scroll. I don't know if there's anything wrong with Troglodytes comp at all. I mean, you have Vindicta and Holiday to get in, get those nice picks, and then be able to disengage if you need to with Viscous, as well as have Warden, Geist, and Infernus just back everything up. It's just going to be very hardy, very hard to really beat, and like, I don't know, just like their laning pressure is going to be absolutely insane. And Infernus is an okay laner, and with how much I've been playing and how much we've seen of top level play, just getting an advantage early makes so much of a difference. It's like for the entirety of the game. And if you can win lane, then that gives you good advantages so that we can get map pressure, you can start pressuring everywhere else on the map. One domino falls and then the rest fall with it. So being able to have such strong laners, Viscous Allfire, Lady Geist Bomb, Warden, everything, I don't know how else to put it, but I just like their comp so much more because it still scales well to late game but has such a good early game presence. Whereas Goo Creatures, I don't know about their early game very much. You have 7 and you have to baby him pretty hard. You can't let him go free for too long. You have to make sure that he gets farmed up. He can't do too well in early, especially with the latest nerfs that they gave to him, where they ruined his they lowered his max HP in lane, they made him much squishier because of the regen, and they made him much slower to start out. You have to baby that 7. And when you don't have exceptional laners, like nobody here I think is absolutely bad as a laner, but when they're just sort of dealing with arguably the top 5 laners in the game over on Grogglerites, it's going to be a rough way to even get into that mid game.
Hey, honestly, I would give, I might give that title over to Victor. I think it's still early, so maybe I'm wrong, but just looking at his kit and what I've seen already, Victor does not seem like a very strong laner. It actually seems fairly laughable. Just him with someone that you can help him live with, and he can, like I said, he can hold the tower fairly well. Like, you know, he's not going to get dove very easily. However, if that's all you got going for you, that's not a great sign. So I am going to have to agree with you. I think Grogglite's comp just looks too overwhelming in the early to mid game phase, and like you said, it still has the opportunity to scale later in the game with the Infernus, the Geist, the Warden, things like that. And then whenever I see a Viscous, I think Viscous is one of the, I don't want to call him underrated because people still play him and think he's really good, but I feel like I don't see him played as the team support enough. It takes for a Kelvin ban or something along those lines, and not as many people actually play the Viscous, those support players in general. So I think that character is a little bit disgusting, in my opinion. I think definitely, might need a nerf or two, to be completely honest with you. I think it's that good. So whenever I see that character on a team, I'm always going to be, favoring him a little bit. But I want the Goo Creatures to win because they got the 2 new characters, because they got Paradox and Lash, who I love playing, and also because, I think they just have a chance just with how much pick potential they have and how easy 7-ult is to execute, right? The ease of execution is something that is to be stressed here. And while I think Grogglites don't have a hard execution, they're pretty cut and dry characters, run in. I think they can, if they stagger their engages, if they, run in maybe a little bit too early before everyone's all set, they can get picked off fairly quickly, one Mirage Tornado. Or, if they try to go in on Victor a little bit too hard, he lives for a little too long, right? The page ult comes from across the map or something, ults gets the heal, whatever you want to say. I think Goo Creatures have a way to win these fights. And if Grogglites slip up once or twice, I think it's going to be a little bit harder for them to come back just because of the pure stats of the characters that Goo Creatures has. But, I think the players are hopefully ready anytime soon here. And we're definitely having a couple issues this morning. It's early times, at least for me. It's like 8 a.m. for me. I guess in EU it's not very early, so these players don't really have an excuse. But we should be getting into lobby and figuring that out very, very shortly. So before we do, can throw, a little bit of banter, a little bit of questions here. Shawty, I got a question for you. Who is your favorite of the new characters?
Doorman, no contest. Doorman, his lore is so goofy because he's basically the G-Man, except he wanted to work at a hotel. And his entire kit is just so skill intensive in a good way. Not as in like 360 from across the map. As in being able to hit those bells consistently and being able to use the luggage cart as well as he can. He's just so much fun to play, and I'm a Sinclair main. So it was kind of like second nature when he's so
Makes
similar
sense.
in function. Like you just obviously it's team wide because he's opened up the portal, but it's very similar to setting down your assistant, running forwards, killing a walker, teleporting back, and then getting out of dodge. It's just he's so much fun. Second, I would probably say is Paige, but I don't think I'm very good at her yet. She's just very tricky, and I think the Goo creatures have a lot to prove if they're going to pick her. You kind of you have to play one step back from everybody else, unless you're playing the weird Page gun build that people are trying to force. But that's when you're using your very squishy backline support as a frontline glass cannon, and I'm not sure how well that works. But gotta say, I'm kind of disappointed that we didn't get Doorman. Who are you most hyped to see?
You know, just looking at all the characters aesthetic wise, I think it was Doorman I was most excited for. But you know, in theory, or no, in actual practice, playing against him and kind of experience him in my games, definitely not my favorite anymore. You know, I think one thing to know, you know, it seems like a very high skill ceiling character, but one thing that surprised me is that I actually believe the skill floor for the character is really stupidly low. At the end of the day, it's simple. The formula, you're chucking a bell at someone and you're shooting it, and that's the burst. If someone tries to CC, you chuck your luggage card on them, and at the same time, if you know you see a warden coming with an ult, a haze coming with an ult, a scary guy, you press your 4. That's it. That's the character. Now, it has very good opportunities to make good plays at the doors and, you know, set up things with the cart. But, you know, like I said, the skill ceiling is very, very high. But I don't think the skill floor is quite there. So it makes it a little frustrating to play against. So I'm definitely curious to see him in these games, but I'm honestly more excited to see Drifter. I think the character was very, very overstated on release, but hopefully he's at a state now where he's not just going to run everybody over with pure stats. But sadly, we're not going to be seeing any of those characters. We will get the Victor and we will get the Page over on the Goo creatures. And as we're getting into this game now, Shoddy, I'm going to talk about some of these lane matchups.
I'm liking that mid lane so far. It's going to be very burger boxing. It's going to be very aggressive. You have Geist Holiday, and Geist is very strong immediately. Holiday takes a little bit of time to really get going there, but both of them really have good lane shove. And if you want that Holiday to start roaming early, you want to pair with that Geist so that way you can burst them down immediately, get an early lead, and then start helping out other lanes. As I mentioned in the draft stage, we have Warden Vindicta, hopefully try and get that Binding Word combo going on, along with that Tether. And then we have Viscous and Furnace, which I think is also fine. You don't necessarily need to win that lane, but Viscous is strong enough as his alt fire does so much damage. You have Q for a good amount of sustainability, and with the recent changes in Viscous' meta, he can do a lot of burst damage really quickly with that Express Shot Punch build. We'll see if that comes out today. Then we have Victor Page, as I was saying. Victor likes coming in early, being able to trade effectively, and Page helps those trades become even more effective, especially with those barriers. Then on the mid lane we have Mirage plus Paradox, which I don't hate. It's still a pretty good lane. I'm just not sure how synergistic they are with one another. They can definitely work. And if you manage to get, say, the Paradox Bomb and Mirage Tornado at the same amount of time, it'll do pretty well. Then on the final one we have Lash. We have a pause coming out here. We have Lash and Seven. Lash is going to be babysitting that Seven a little bit. Not sure how much I like that one, but when you want to try and get the other lanes operative as soon as possible, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world that you have Lash and Seven together. They're going to have a bit of a rough time, especially against Vindicta and Warden. Seven's big hitbox is going to be really detrimental, especially because Crow is so easy to hit and does so much damage. Vindicta really needs a nerf, I swear, because being able to hit that Crow does 100-ish damage, and she also can have Mystic Regen. And it's, oh boy. So Vindicta's lane is one of the most impressive in the game, in addition to having that Crow for really easy pokes. But also, having Flight plus Mystic Regen means that every single time that you shoot your opponent, you get a stack of regen. So she gets to poke really effectively, very safely, without committing very much. And when you have Seven, whose hitbox is as big as he is, and the Lash, when he wants to make big plays to try and get her out of the air once he finally gets online, it's just such a good matchup for her, even though Lash is technically one of her bad matchups. And then if at any point he overextends, you have the Warden to come in, throw down a flash, throw down a binding work. You may not even need the tether. They have to use so much movement to get away from the Vindicta in the first place that they're going to be able to keep on peppering them on the Ember hand side with the Groglodites. It's just going to be so oppressive to deal with. The Goo creatures on the mid lane, I think, is definitely their best, mainly because Mirage, once again, has been avoiding any sort of nerfs whatsoever. The Scarabs still do a lot. You still have Jin's Mark for good poking, and you have Tornado once that's online to really push in some damage. So we're going to be back in just a second here. We're having a bit of bug issues on their end, but I'm liking how it's looking so far from these lanes. How about you, Jordan?
Yeah, something to note for sure. I think a little bit of, give and take here. I think the Lash kind of got the short end of the stick here. Someone had to bite the bullet pairing with the 7 there. I actually don't think the 7 has the worst matchup, believe it or not, into the Vindicta Warden. One thing you can do on the 7 when you have that point and click stun, if they try to get aggressive, you throw the stun on, use that ball to clear the wave. You can really pay pretty passive fairly effectively, in my opinion. But Lash, wants to find that poke, wants to get the high ground, wants to just, pepper people down a little bit. But as soon as he goes in, you put a cage down on him, he has to run away. Then you stake him. Like, it's just, the combo for Warden and Vindicta just makes Lash's job so hard. But if this Lash can get to the mid game, or rather, the early mid game, kind of right post lane, I think he can just do so much in denying this Vindicta, like you mentioned. So that lane's definitely something I'm looking out for. Believe it or not, I think the mid lane, because both are like fairly pushing characters, we're actually not going to be seeing too much. I think they're going to push the lane, be like, oh, we can't even fight, and both back up. Over on this right-hand side is what I'm actually a lot more concerned about for either team. I think on paper, Groglodites should win that, but at the same time, you have the Page and the Victor. I mean, I feel like they can keep each other alive fairly effectively, so I don't know if the Infernus and the Viscous are going to have enough burst damage to actually take that out until Viscous gets something like maybe an Express Shot a little bit later on. Then he can just start to fully burst people down. But one thing for sure is they will have this lane pressure pretty much permanently. And if they can do anything with it, we'll have to see. As we're on the map right now, looking at them, kind of pushing in this lane over and over again. And it seems like the Victor and the Page are doing a pretty good job so far at just keeping this lane kind of pushed back as much as possible.
Yeah, I'm going to find it very hard to push into them too effectively, especially with Page's stand and defend and fight in order to keep the Victor topped off. If there's any sort of engagement, you can just pop that on him, and then you're not going to have to worry about it too much. As for now, though, it seems like they're going a bit more passive on all of these lanes. You don't want to try and take too many trades early. Just wait for the other guy to mess it up. Now, obviously, getting hit once or twice in lane it's not too bad. Like, you can definitely recover from an early kill, early loss, and then go back and do it with another good, like, one solid fight later on where you just win and then you're able to take tower. But I think both teams are more than content to just play a little bit passive for now. We don't have to force anything. Let's just worry much more about getting stronger so that when we finally can take these fights, we can just go. I'm not sure that's the greatest idea from Groglodites so far. It does seem like they're denying well, but they have all these strong lanes, and they might want to be able to push that advantage a little bit more so that way Goo Creatures becomes really rough after this laning stage. I'm not sure how well it's going to go for them, honestly, but Groglodites are more or less content to just play things a little bit slow, just try and deny, try and get small advantages before they try getting those big ones from player kills and the like.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, though, I feel like Groglodites almost want to get things going soon. They have the opportunity. I think they have the good lanes. If they can get this early lead, I think you mentioned earlier, if you can get an early lead, your chances of winning are a lot higher. I mean, that seems like fairly, standard to say. However, with how many comeback mechanics are in this game, you'd think it would be fine if you go down like a couple thousand, but it's all about the objectives, and we're seeing right now, take a look at that mid lane. It's just getting shoved in over and over again. This Paradox and the Mirage, you mentioned, not too much synergy there overall. It's really struggling in this kind of double bomb-esque lane here as the buffs are spawning, and it looks like the Groglodites have taken control of both of them. Really, really good rotations from that team there. Both just kind of shoving the lanes at the perfect time, taking those little jump pads and then going for the buff, securing both of them, which means that they can get some aggression here on either lane. It looks like the mid lane people are getting a little bit lower. A little bit of dive on this right side. The Mirage and the Page both going low, but no deaths yet for the goo creatures. But they need to be careful because at any point they could get redoped. Pink Cat needs to be careful over on this Page's side on the right hand lane here. Getting a little bit lower, but it looks like they managed to survive that wave here. And they could die. Another little bit of poke. The splatter almost connects onto the Page. It needs to be super careful, but still manages to survive for now, and the Grogolites starting to show a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, they've been pretty good so far. They had their ults before goo creatures. Now, obviously, it's a bit hard to utilize them too effectively in lane, but just being able to get your ults earlier just means that you have a little bit more pressure. They can't afford to misplay as highly, and goo creatures, especially when a lot of their ults aren't great in lane. Victor gets to reanimate, but that's not going to matter too much when your tower is getting died. Like, it's still very good, and as well as the 7, it's just rough for them. Grogolites have much stronger ults early, being able to use, say, Warden ult to push a tower, Vindicta ult in order to be able to snipe, get some nice chip damage, as we see here with that, guys. But being able to use those more effectively in lane, get that really good, strong snowballing advantage early, that's going to be really important. And it seems like that mid lane is about to go down for the Grogolites. They are in a very good position. We'll see if that Holiday starts growing and if that Geist is just going to stay in that lane, but it's going to have to see what they're going to do for now.
Yeah, I mean, I was very, very wrong about that mid lane. I thought the Paradox and the Mirage would be able to fight back a little bit better, but it looks like the bombs and the powder kegs are too much to deal with. They lose over on the Paradox's life and the tower, most importantly. And that's going to open up this Holiday now to find some roams, and we're already seeing one over on the roofs towards that right-hand side. Over, and needs to be careful here. The Page and the Victor, they're not the most mobile of characters, so they can definitely get a little bit aggressive here. The Goo Ball, plus the lasso, is going to CC up the Page. The Page still is alive, but no, it's just too much damage. Over on the right-hand side, the Victor is going to be left all alone to survive yet another dive 3v1. I think he should be able to clear the wave, but looks like he doesn't actually believe that. He's going to be backing up a bit for now, but no, actually the Victor's coming back in. The Page speeding back into lane. They're going to try to hold this tower, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it. But no, he actually does clear the wave, saves the tower. Lots of damage still goes over onto it, but he manages to keep that objective up just for now.
Yep, and that's what I was talking about with Grogolites. Has this really good early game strategy. Holiday is one of the best characters in the game right now. You can go and roam so effectively like that. We win the mid game, the mid lane, and then we're able to roam, be able to put pressure on this much weaker lane of Victor Page. It almost got completely wiped out. It's still really in a bad position because it's currently fighting a 2v3, and there's not even all that much pressure on the mid lane in order to be able to compensate for it. And as they say that, they take that second Guardian for Grogolites, being able to get that really early game pressure. And they're still trying their best to put on pressure elsewhere, but even though, like, Grogolites has just got so much pressure right now that there's nowhere for the goo creatures to really put it. They have to find some sort of push, find some sort of advantage that they can really capitalize on, because right now they're down by 4 or 5k, and while that's not too much right now, that's going to add up pretty quickly, especially with an Assassinate on that Lash.
That's yet another kill, and that's going over on this left-hand side. I mean, the Lash has survived a lot longer than I thought he would, to be completely honest with you. But they've kept their tower up better than the rest of the lanes, which is funny because I thought they were the worst lane, to be completely honest. But I guess the 7 pushing out these lanes has been more than enough to keep them going for now. The Paradox goes for that swap, trying to get something in return, but it's just too little too late, as here comes the Viscous putting back the aggression onto the mid lane, but the Paradox should be more than fine to get out of that one. The Goo Ball is just kind of rolling around, getting a little bit of damage here and there. Gonna be fine getting back underneath that tower there. And it looks like this actually could be the revenge of the goo creatures here. They get a bit of a push onto this right-hand tower here, getting it down to about half HP, but the Infernus is here, the Viscous is here. They have opportunity to shove the lane back in their favor. Grogolites clear the wave. They lose a little bit of tower damage, but that's really not going to be too big of a deal. And Now, you mentioned that lead starting to skyrocket. It's 10 minutes now. The buffs are coming back up. Goo Creatures do get one of them this time around, but if you look over at the urn over in that yellow lane, the Groglodites are going to get full control of that. And already at about an 8k lead, if they can secure this urn, it's going to be looking a little bit rough for Goo Creatures.
It seems like they just have so much more coordination overall with Groglodites on what their game plan was, on what they're doing going forward. They had a really early gank on that holiday, and being able to effectively use your power spikes just means that you're so much more difficult to deal with. And even then, even when they have like 2 on Goo Creature side trying to push that yellow mid lane, they can't even do it. There's just not enough pressure there, and they get reversed upon. That's the strength of an early lead, even though it's like, oh yeah, it's only 7k, all we really need to do is get an urn, get a walker, get something going. But being able to get to that point is so much harder if you don't win lane. Currently down by 6-7k, more than 10%, and it's just going to be really rough, especially if this holiday is going to continue to gank as effectively as she has so far.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. Did I just see a split shot on the page? Is that going to be a gun page? I've seen that build before, and it's pretty funny, but I hope that's not what I saw. I mean, I feel like it's definitely way better as a sport, but the gun variation definitely will be interesting, so I guess we'll see later on if that is or not.
From my experience with Paige, you're fine with picking that up in lane, with the main reason being that it's so hard to hit your shots in the first place that you don't mind spending an active slot so that way you can actually use your gun every once in a while. It means that it's sort of just shoring up that bad of a weakness. I don't think you push into it too hard right now. I think it's much more of, Guardian Ward as one of your first items, Split Shot as another. You just use it so that way you can use your gun pretty effectively. It means you can farm very decently. Paige has a surprisingly fast farm speed, and I don't mean that in like it's above average. Like, no, it's very, very good. It's really strange. So being able to get that possibly in the late game would be really strong, but who knows if you're going to have a late game when you're down by 11k at 12 minutes.
Yeah, when you're almost down 1k a minute, this early in the game especially, it's not great. Especially when you're a comp that wants to be picking people and getting, kills early on, like the Goo Creatures are. I don't know if they have too much comeback potential with their comp. Obviously, if the 7 can get scaling, if, the Lash and the Paradox can start getting some kills here and there, they definitely have a chance, but it's not looking great for them as it is 11k down over almost 13 minutes into the game. I'm not expecting too much here in the next couple minutes, though. It'll probably just be some farming back and forth until this next urn spawns. Taking a look at the objectives, all the Guardians over for the side of Goo Creatures are going to be gone, so Groglodites do have that flex slot. They do have that map opened up just a little bit more, whereas the Goo Creatures, they don't have a single Guardian taken, whereas Groglodites kind of just holding all of them pretty much fairly high HP as well. That middle Guardian is a little bit lower, so Goo Creatures, if they mount one good push, they should be able to take that very effectively, but it's hard to mount a push where the Groglodites are just everywhere right now.
It's just really rough for them because right now they're doing a bit of 3-1-2. It's a setup that you have 3 characters on one lane, 2 on another, and 1 holding one final lane. And the idea behind that is that it allows you to still have map presence, but allows you to, more importantly, keep things active. If you have 3 on one lane, that means you can push it or defend it extremely well. That's your strong lane. Then if you have 2 in another lane, that means that it's strong, but it's not as strong. It just keeps you flexible, especially if, hey, we have 2 here, and maybe we need to go send another to the really important team fight. You have the flexibility to do it. And then on your final lane, where we have the Geist right now, who's getting very fed, 15k right now, very strong. You just have her hold the lane for a while, get absolutely fed, and then start roaming and doing so much more later on. You're fine with just keeping Geist in the back right now. She doesn't do too much, not in a bad way, but you want her to get fed, you want her to just hold that lane while everybody else goes and does much more active game plans.
Honestly, if I'm the Geist, I'm not too worried about that Guardian falling as well, right? Because that means the pressure's probably not going to be in her lane anymore. It gives her more than enough time to scale up, like you mentioned.
Exactly, and as we see here, there's a lot of pressure on the left-hand side of the map, and the Geist is the only one pushing that right-hand side. Pretty nice split pushing. You have 3 on this left-hand side, get everybody there, and then it opens up the space for this Geist to just get out of there. Just have those creeps push into there. And even though Mirage can teleport out and go somewhere else, it just means that you have so much more free time to go anywhere you want, such as getting the bridge buffs or getting that Spiritor. Get that space going. It means that if Goo Creatures can't find a way to really effectively push these lanes, find a way to get back in this game, they're just going to lose out on map presence. They won't be able to get back in this game too easily, especially when you're down 12k in 15 minutes.
You know, the one caveat to that is just enough money that you are behind if you are the Goo Creatures, where you are going to be getting that, you know, sided earn over on your side. So they should be able to defend that a little bit easier. Now, it looks like Groglodites don't really care about all that. They got 5 people over on that left side, like you mentioned, and they are priming up this earn take. The Viscous starting to walk up just a little bit. They're moving around, trying to find a pick, and there it is. There's the lasso right onto the Lash, who's going to be going down immediately. Now it's going to be man up for the members of Groglodites, but you got to remember, the Mirage could teleport at any moment to even things up here, but the Infernus does not care. He's running in with that ultimate on the 2 members. The Viscous is going to be dunking that earn. It looks like this Victor, trying to survive, already goes down, popping that ultimate. He's going to get a second life, a second chance, but the Warden is just too much damage. The Infernus actually is going to be helping take him down there, I want to say, but no, he does actually end up going down in the end. That's going to be 3 kills over to the Groglodites, 4 if you count the Lash early on, and they are pressing this Walker now right after that earn. But here comes the Lash, finds the Vindicta, finds a big slam here. Vindicta all alone might go down, but there's no follow-up with the Lash slam, and it's just going to be for nothing. It's going to be a Walker take, it's going to be an earn take, and it's now going to be a 25k lead at 16 minutes for the Groglodites.
I think Goo Creatures are just very uncoordinated. We didn't see the Mirage use his ult at any point during that fight, and one of Mirage's greatest strengths is that ult. Now, obviously, he's got a lot of very good, strong pressure, but being able to make that an unfair team fight, get in there, be able to put more pressure on that really important earn fight, especially when it's getting so many people on it, why didn't he come on over? That's what he needs to be doing. And we see that he just was fine to just chill and protect the Walker on the other side of the map. But that wasn't anywhere near as important as the Spirit Earn, as the Walker that you just lost. I'm really not liking how they're playing right now. They just need to have some more coordination, some more amount of team effort, especially because we saw that Lash just solo ult the Vindicta, and there wasn't a follow-up for it. They need to be able to team fight much more effectively, sort of like what they're doing right now.
Yeah, doing a little bit of better job this time around. It's going to be a 1-for-1, Victor and Warden being taken down, but that's the best trade the Goo Creatures have gotten all game so far, and with no real objectives to be taken currently right now. For either team after that fight, it's just going to go back to neutral now. Looking at the state of the game, Groglodites up so many souls and a Walker, so they are going to have that extra flex slot as well. And keep in mind, the Goo Creatures haven't even taken that last Guardian, so they're going to be stuck on these 8 slots, which, as you can see from this page's build, it's starting to feel a little bit limited. There's a couple things that she can upgrade here, but is that really what you want? Do you want to upgrade that Mystic expansion? Do you want to upgrade that extra stamina? You know, maybe you want some more impactful items to turn the tides, but you actually can't really afford it unless you sell something. So definitely something to think about here, as, you know, the Goo Creature's starting to feel a bit choked out here, as that's yet another kill onto this Lash, who's trying to make things happen, but he just does not quite have the follow-up, does not quite have, you know, the money really to make anything happen here. So the Groglodites, they're kind of in the lead. It's pretty secured for them at this point. They just need to start coasting by and get this win here, but they're not even going to be doing that. They're just going to be going full gas, taking out yet again another member here. The Paradox on the other end trying to find a pick onto this Lady Geist, but the Victor is a little bit too slow. The Geist should be able to get out in time, and I mean, to be completely honest with you, they had so much money, they could probably just run this mid-boss.
Honestly, probably could, but once again, that Lasher just by himself going and fighting a 2v1, 3v1, and there's no follow-up because there's no coordination. I think that's a really big issue with Goo Creatures right now. They have to be able to coordinate plays and understand who's going where and doing what. Even the Mirage, you had 20k, their strongest player, just got absolutely ambushed, completely died to that Holiday and that Viscous. I mean, it's just not looking very good for them at all. They need to have some amount of game plan, and Groglodites, they're performing really well with what they were trying to do. We have an early game lead. Let's push it with that Holiday being able to roam all over the map. We have Infernus and Geist getting farmed up so that way we can have a really strong late game. And it just seems like Goo Creatures doesn't know what they want to do. And as a result, Groglettes is getting such an advantage right now. And I mean, even at this bridge buff, look at this fight.
Taking a look at the fight, they do get a fairly good 7 ult, but it's just going to be a little bit too late as it is a 1-for-1 trade so far. However, the Goo Creatures are all on the retreat right now. The Grogodites are looking very, very healthy. It looks like it's going to be a kill over in the bottom of the mid-boss pit. That's going to be 2 for 1. Not the worst thing in the world with the urn spawning and running up now for the Groglodites. That should be fairly uncontestable if you are the Goo Creature. You don't have the 7 ult, you don't have the Paradox up, you don't have that Mirage ult to kind of come back in, and now with the lasso picking up this Victor, it's going to be taken off the board. The ult comes across. Do they have the damage to get him yet again? It actually doesn't look like it. He can go hide right underneath that walker now, but at the end of the day, you still got down 2 members. All of your lanes are pushed up to your towers, and you're down about 30k souls, Shoddy. I mean, at this point, if you're the Goo Creatures, you're kind of just thinking about next game, I'd imagine.
Yeah, also, can we go see that Vindicta? I think she had something like 12k souls on her, and just what? 12k souls?
Yeah, she doesn't even... Look at her build.
Why? She's rolling them so much, she doesn't even need to get more stuff. Just chilling with 12k. It's fine. I mean, you have Suppressor, you have the Chemical Fire, you have the Crow, and the Heal Bane. What more do you need? You're already doing everything that you need to do. I mean, I would still appreciate, you know, not having that much in your pockets unspent, but I think it's really a testament to how much it's being rolled right now that you can just be comfortable having your 14k on you and still not die and have the rest of your team do everything that you need them to do. Goodness gracious, this is looking like a stomp for Grogodites.
6k, almost 7k onto the Holiday as well. We're probably seeing a couple big purchases here very, very soon for the Groglodites, who are taking their time. Honestly, they're, you know, they got the urn here. Oh my gosh, look at all the items she gets. She gets the Echo Shard, she gets the Superior cooldown, she gets a couple more little items to supplement it, but that's pretty much all you're going to need to close out this game. We got the Curse over on the Holiday as well, so pretty much all the tools you're going to need to make sure Goo Creatures have, you know, instead of a 1% chance of comeback, probably a 0.5 at this point here. Great debuff remover onto the Lash, who's trying to keep fighting, and it looks like the Goo Creatures actually do find a little bit of a decent fight here. Nico over on the Holiday going to be going down, but the 7 is already down as well, and that is most of the damage if you're the Goo Creatures, and now here it comes. The Groglodites are coming back in full force, kicking up 2 more members here. It's going to be a 3 for 1, which allows them now push this blue walker to secure the kind of walker trifecta here. And I mean, they're probably just going to go for the mid-boss. Yep, there we go. We're going to be seeing the Grogodites go for this mid-boss first. You know, shove out that middle lane, go for that mid-boss. Play things a little slow. It is still the playoffs, so, you know, you don't want to throw. That could be the worst, you know, thing to your mental if you do throw a game like this. So let's just play it slow, take the game, you know, where you need to, get the mid-boss, secure that, secure the walker, and then work to end the game from there. So I like the patience that we're seeing from the Grogodites, while at the same time, you know, the willingness to make these plays is definitely still very, very good. And you mentioned the coordination. I think Grogodites have plenty coordination here. Goo Creatures do get a Guardian in return. They're unlocking that first flex slot, but I don't think that's going to nearly be enough to help them get back into this game.
Too little too late. 40k down and a Rejuvenator taken from Groglodites. I think they're just going to run it down mid, really. I mean, even though Victor has something similar, being able to have everybody else on Groglodites have that revive, I think they're just going to run it down mid, win this game. I don't think there's going to be any more strategy behind it, honestly. Now, obviously, don't play stupid, but what is Goo Creatures going to do here? Going to maybe, I don't know, like get 1-2 picks, use a 7 ult? Who cares? You're going to be able to roll them so hard with our soul differential, and it's really hard for them to even get back into this. This Warden is just going to get in there, and even though he just gets so much damage in there, and they're able to trade favorably, even though we're just fighting under Walker. You just get 1 pick, 1 solid pick, and then it leads into such an advantage here. It's just such an impressive game state for Grogodites. And as I'm saying, running down mid, just keep on going, keep on killing, and victory's within your grasp.
Victory is not within their grasp. It looks like victory is in their grasp right now. Groglodites with still 3 rejuves up and 5 kills up on the board. They are going to be taking the shrines here. They are going to be dropping the patron. It is early enough where Goo Creatures do have the chance to get one more fight, but if they couldn't win what looked like almost the perfect fight, the perfect engage for them underneath their walker there with that 7-ult, they're just behind so many souls, it's not really going to matter. It looks like game 1 will be going over to the Groglodites. The Goo Creatures just don't quite have the damage, don't quite have the money or the resources to come back in this one. So back to the drawing board for the Goo Creatures for game 2. But Groglodites, I mean, looking really strong in this game 1.
It was a very clean strategy, very clean execution. They had their early game. They took an inch and then it turned into a mile, and there just wasn't anything that Goo Creatures could really do to beat Groglodites there. They just had so much more coordination. We are going to push walkers, have this 3-2-1 setup in order to be able to have everybody on the map doing something important, get that Geist fed, get Holiday on these early ganks, be able to get map pressure and lead that into a final game-winning decisive victory there. 60k lead at the end. Pretty incredible stuff. What do you think they're going to try to do as to fix up their strategy in the next game for Goo Creatures?
I think they need to be a bit more... it starts with the draft, right? It all starts with the draft. I think they had, an interesting idea, but at the end of the day, they didn't really have a secure way to get them to that mid-game to late game, right? I think the Paradox and the Lash are great in their own right, but if you just stack them both together for fun, without really having much follow-up CC for them, if they are going to be getting these picks, it's pretty hard for them to actually kill anyone from the side of the Groglodites, right? So I think just kind of restart, try to find a bit more cohesion in your draft, try to find a bit more of a game plan in order to run there. Good idea with some of the new characters, love seeing it, but did not quite work out for him this time. Maybe it was just the game plan, maybe it was the characters, we'll have to see, but I'd say start there, and we'll see if, hopefully they come up with something new for us. But as we take a look at the scoreboard, just the stats, I mean, Paige had the top healing, but, that's pretty much it.
Yep, Amberhand had 3 people who didn't die once during that game. The person who died the most was Warden at 2 deaths, and he still had 14 assists and did a whole bunch of damage with those really good team fights. Didn't even build gun. That was covered entirely by that Infernos, and you still have the burst power from that Viscous. I mean, just seemed like an absolute skill difference, honestly. Just such a clean victory from Groglodites, and I don't think that the Mirage from Goo Creatures was bad. It's just that they needed to do something more coordinated, be able to have a better game plan, like rebuild, maybe try out more of a reliable game plan. I don't think that Paige and Victor are bad characters, but they're new. Try and figure out what works and then use it to execute effectively. I don't think they had a solid game plan with what they were trying to do, so just simplify it a little bit. Go back to fundamentals, go understand, map presence, just get some good early laners, get some good map presence, and then try to push that forward into the end game. And I think that'll do a lot better for them in the end.
And it looks like they're eager to do it as well. We are not going to be going to any break for us here on the Deathy stream. We're going to go straight into game 2. So as the players are kind of figuring things out, they want to get right back into it. They don't want a delay anymore. We will be getting a draft very, very shortly. So, Shadi, let's get down to the nitty-gritty here. Obviously, we had a lot of issues for the side of Goo Creatures here. Talked about, Groglodites a lot. I don't think we need to tell them anything. I think they did everything fairly perfect. So let's shift over our focus onto the Goo Creatures. What do you personally, maybe like a character or two difference, or something specific that you're thinking of that they need to do different in this draft to find some more success?
Ban Vindicta. Just I know it's like, this is one character. It's like, yeah, no. Vindicta is so bad to play against. She's so easy to use, and if you can't get her, if you're going to be on the Sapphire Flame side again, you have to ban her. It's not a choice of, well, maybe we could or maybe we should. You have to. With how she had 12k back, 12K on her, didn't even spend it, and still was doing so much work. She can put in so much effort in a team fight without lifting very much of a finger, honestly. She can probably just have the trigger finger and nothing else, and she'd still be able to wreck most of a team fight. You have to be able to play your own game plan, and being able to get rid of her so that way you can actually shoot, actually heal, and move around in a reasonable amount of time is so fundamental. She has been, perhaps, I'm not sure if she's the top pick, but as we saw,
she's one of them
with
for sure.
Yeah, with the Slam Invitational, the first 2 picks and/or bans every single game were Vindicta and Yamato, and that's for really good reason. You have to adjust your game plan around the fact that Vindicta is going to do so much every game. And just try and simplify your own game plan a little bit. And they see that we're on Amber side for Goo Creatures, that's what you want. You can afford not to pick the Vindicta as your first ban, but that means you have to first pick it yourself in order to get really good momentum going for you. But I'm not sure where they're going to go outside of there. The good news about being on Amber side is that you can ban whoever you want, and then if on Sapphire, they have the pressure to ban out anybody as a first pick. So if you were to say, on Goo Creature's side, understandable, Groglodites, they relate to having that Holiday last game. So let's first ban Holiday. They're going to first ban Kelvin again. But if they first ban Holiday, that puts the pressure on Groglodites of, well, we don't want to see a Vindicta come out from Goo Creatures. So we have to ban it, otherwise we give it to Goo Creatures, and it's still a really good first round pick. So I'm liking the adjustment from Goo Creatures that we're going to go first, we're going to try and get some momentum back in our favor, and see where it goes from here.
This is making me think that Groglodites might have a Kelvin one trick, or maybe their support player is very, very strong in the character, because Kelvin's a great character, right? I don't mind him being banned, but he, to me, always seemed like more of a second round ban, because if you're putting, the resources into picking him early, you're still opening up a lot more things in the draft, and it's definitely not the only counter you can do. Now, while the Goo Creatures, they do pick up the Holiday, they let the Vindicta and the Warden go away yet again. Now, to their credit, to be fair, the last Guardian to go down shoddy was the Vindicta Warden lane, so maybe it wasn't that big of a deal. I'm just gonna say, but definitely something you don't want to give through. But I will say they did make a change at least this time. They went for the Holiday instead.
Oh, I know, it's just gotta ban Vindicta. Gotta ban Vindicta. First pick Holiday. Warden Vindicta, you're gonna have the oppressive lane back at it again, and oh boy. Oh no.
There's the page.
They're picking up page again on Goo Creatures. I'm sorry, sorry. I don't think that getting a Holiday is bad, especially if you can consistently get that Vindicta out of the air. It gives you good lane pressure. I don't know about that page this early. Get her in the second half, sure, that's fine. Maybe they have a page 1 trick and they just want to secure it. But just Warden Vindicta is so oppressive at every stage in the game that it's so much of a mistake to not get one of them, ban either of them. I don't know why they're so intent on banning Kelvin, and I'm just not liking their first half of the draft here too much. I do like that they have Holiday Geist. Very good lane pressure. That's what we want to see. But I don't think it's what you want. Like, when I'm thinking overpowered characters in this game, I'm not thinking Geist. Is she strong? Absolutely. No question about it. Holiday, arguably top 3 character. I can definitely see it. Maybe even top 1. But I don't like it compared to the Groglodites because they have so much more of a game plan. We have Vindicta for the early game. We have Paradox for some swaps here. We have Warden for a really strong end game. That's what we want to see. It's very direct in what they want to do. But Goo Creatures is just kind of struggling here. Like, what are you trying to get out of this comp? You need to have something more than just, well, we have good characters. We have to figure out much more of a strategy going forward.
Well, we'll see what they ban this time around. It was the Pocket last time, so we'll see if they decide to just go for the same thing as well. You got to remember as well, these teams have been playing each other. These teams have been, going through a whole league before this. They've been playing a lot of games, so I think one thing to know, especially because these aren't necessarily the top teams in the region, they're fairly high rank. I think they're around Phantom, Oracle, sometimes Ascendant-ish kind of average. So definitely pretty high elo. Definitely, nothing to scoff at here for the players. So they probably have a decent little, or at least they think they might have a decent little formula for each of them. What characters are scary for what team, You got to think the Kelvin bans for a reason, right? It's definitely not just like we don't like Kelvin. Like, you got to think it's for some of a reason. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt there. They do ban the Infernus in the second round. I actually really like that. I think the Infernus did a lot for Groglodite's last game. It was a very, very strong last pick. Honestly surprised it got to last pick, given how strong that character is as well right now and how good it looked in both those teams for the game. But that does open up the pocket, and we'll see if maybe they should have banned it all along and why they banned it last game. Groglodites picked that up right away in that fourth slot. And looking at the comps right now, just give my 2 cents on it. Obviously, they have that Warden Vindicta. We talked about that enough. But with the Paradox now, instead of the Holiday, I'm curious to see if Groglodites will still be able to do the same game plan that they had last time around, or the Holiday kind of, decided to run interference, get those lassos early, make the team fight even harder as you're getting those early picks. Can Paradox do that same thing? Maybe not quite as well, especially nowadays. The Holiday tends to be a lot of the better choice, but with Lash and Victor now over on the Goo Creatures, Paradox definitely has some targets. We'll see if she can do anything with them.
Absolutely, and as we see on Groglodite's side, their 2 bans are very targeted. We have Doorman and Mo and Krill, and I'm gonna be honest, some of the most fun I've ever had playing this game is that you have a Doorman ult, and then they get out of the Paranus Hotel immediately into Mo ult. And it is the worst thing to play against, but it's so much fun to execute. And I think it's very target on Groglodites, because they just don't want to deal with such hard lockdown CC, especially because they have very, not weak, but very squishy characters. They have Vindicta in pocket. Neither of them want to get caught out of position. So I don't think that they're bad bans in order to get them out of the way, have a much more solid game plan, even if you have a bit more squishy characters. I'm not sure how well that pocket's going to do, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't think it's a bad choice here, especially in a Geist and Victor, but it's more of, I don't think anybody is too particularly tanky on Goo Creature's side that really warrants the pocket usage. I mean, you already have Vindicta for really good shred, you have Paradox to get them out of position, and Warden for just straight DPS. Pocket isn't a bad choice. It's just more of, I don't see a great need to have a pocket into this comp.
Yeah, it could be more comfort-wise as well, especially, could just be a very strong character for one of the players on there. That tends to be a lot of the reasoning around this elo range as well. Someone gets to this rank, playing one character really well, you might as well pick it up. One thing to note, he picked it before this happened, but in theory, the pocket should be pretty good against the Victor. It's not like a Shiv or anything like that can earn Abrams, but it can definitely keep him down. The Yamato, it's fairly decent against as well, so it's not too bad there. And to be honest, though, I mean, the more this draft's been going, I actually like the pocket more for the reason that I don't really see many ways for him to die. It's going to be very, very hard to lock him down. He has, with a well-timed briefcase and a cloak, he should be able to get out of most of the CC thrown at him. The Yamato can kind of chase him around, but I feel like he can buy enough time for his team and for that Wraith last pick that they just got thrown out to start putting in a lot of the damage. So I actually like the comp from Groglodites a lot here, but Goo Creatures throwing a little bit of a curveball at the Yamato last pick here. Their comp looking better than last game too.
I'm liking their comp a lot better. One of the things that makes Yamato so annoying is that you can't debuff her, at least not as effectively anyway. But she can ult, and then she gets rid of all debuffs on her, she gets really heavy resist, and she resets all of her cooldowns. And it's just so strong, especially into Vindicta and that pocket. I think the main concern for that Yamato was one to ult effectively, because pocket could easily come in afterwards, Vindicta can come in afterwards. So I'm liking it a lot, especially because it gives you another really strong laner. I think Goo Creature's draft is better, but it's still okay. They need to have a bit more early game pressure. Victor Page isn't bad, but I don't think it performed as well as you wanted to last game, and especially with Groglodites. Viscous, Warden, Vindicta, still the Paradox, and the two new ones are Wraith and Pocket. Wraith has a bad lane until you get to like roughly 2k and her cards start doing a lot of damage. Pocket, pretty solid laner. I would say like above average. And you still aren't really minded. It still gives you a lot of roam. Sort of trying to do what Holiday does, but you don't have the ult in order to capture somebody. But it's still very solid movement overall. I'm liking Groglodites just based on their movement alone. Having fast characters, that way they can rotate across the map, is really what you want to have happen. Having Paradox to be able to do it. Vindicta, she doesn't do it as well, but it's like, sure, whatever. We got Wraith, Viscous, and Pocket, though, I mean, their team is looking fairly mobile, and I don't think Goo Creatures is not mobile, but when you have Paige, Geist, Victor, and Yamato, it's much worse movement overall, so I'm concerned their macro is going to still suffer as much as it did in that first game.
Yeah, definitely could be some things to exploit. I think for either team here for sure. Troglodytes, have that Warden Vindicta lane that we talked about many times. Don't need to, beat the dead horse here a little bit. It's going to be strong. We'll have to see what it gets paired into. I think that's the more important thing, especially because Goo Creatures do have a couple more strong characters to play around with in this laning phase for sure. I'm very curious to see where they're actually going to put the Victor this time around. I think the Page Victor did not work very well last time. It definitely could keep the Victor alive a little bit, but then if you just focus Page, I mean, you don't really need to take down the Victor if you just shoot the Page, right? So yeah. I'd like to see something else. I'd like to see maybe a character that can clear the lane a little bit quicker paired with the Victor, so they can just shove the lane and back up. Maybe a Geist, maybe a Holiday, something like that. But, I mean, it just in my head, I feel like Geist might be a better option. It feels a little bit bad pairing the Geist with the Victor, obviously, because you want the Geist in your kill lane. But at the same time, a Page Holiday sounds a little bit scary. Or a Page Yamato, Page Lash, anything like that. I mean, Page Yamato sounds pretty good too. I've played that lane a few times as well. I mean, believe it or not, put a shield on, Yamato throws that right click. It feels like an old school Yamato right click doing about 80 damage. I mean, it's not that much, but it's definitely nothing to scoff at here. So I think Goo Creatures have the opportunity to do something here, and I'm hoping that they're going to surprise us. They're going to show us why they belong here in this playoff series. And just, for everybody at home, it is a best of 3, so we're 1-0 for the Troglodytes right now. And based on the bracket as well, this is not a double elim bracket. Now, for example, like a little caveat there, if you do make it to the semifinals and you do lose, you can still have the opportunity to play for that third place match. But if you lose here in the quarterfinals, you're done. There's no second chance for you. You're done. So you got the best of 3, but you got to make the most of it. So we'll see if the Goo Creatures can make the most of their time here, or will their season be a lot of hard work for nothing? We'll have to see, as players are getting into the lobby, just waiting a little bit longer for them to figure everything out. Obviously, they went straight into draft for Game 2, so I'm sure there's probably going to be some bathroom breaks here and there. So it gives us a little bit more time to kind of talk about what's about to happen.
Yeah, for that Page, I'm honestly hoping that we pair her with Geist early, with the main reason being Geist can trade very favorably, and she's going to be kind of low on health already, and being able to have this nice strong push and lane shove from the Geist with that Page, so that way, even though she's sacrificing her health so often, you can't trade favorably with her at all. I think that would be pretty strong. I might want to see Holiday Victor lane. I feel like Victor you kind of have to baby, unfortunately. He doesn't do too well in lane. Like, he has some nice tools, but he's much more, you can't kill me. So having that Holiday there, so that way Victor can consistently hold the lane so well, and then you have to worry about barrels from above or getting lassoed into tower, I think that'll work out a lot better. Lash Yamato as a lane, I don't think is too bad, but we'll see how it is going forward. We have here Viscous Wraith lane from the Troglodytes on the side lane, Paradox, and it seems to be Pocket in the middle lane. I'm sorry, I can't see too well. And Vindicta Warden on the left-hand side for Troglodytes versus, once again, the Victor Page lane. In the middle, we have a Geist Holiday lane, and then we have, as I was saying, Yamato Lash lane on the right-hand side here. I feel like right-hand side is just going to take a while to really do too much. Now, obviously, they're going to be like quite a lot, but I mean, you have Wraith and Viscous. They're probably going to try to stall out that lane, get Wraith a little bit more power before they start trying to take any sort of trades. Just deny for now, be a bit more passive. That'll be fine. Then on the mid lane, I'm liking both of these. You have Paradox Pocket, which is still pretty aggressive, but then you have Geist Holiday. I mean, we saw it last game, and it did very well in being able to shove so effectively, and then you can have Geist anchor that lane down, just stay there, get really farmed up, and make it really hard for anybody to push it because of how strong she is as a duelist. But having that Paradox and that Pocket means that either one of them can really hold and or go back and just hold or roam. Both of them really don't mind taking that role on really early. Pocket has really good movement because of the case as well as the cloak, so that way you don't die and you can get out pretty easily, but you don't really get that movement until you get Majestic Leap a little bit later on. So maybe you're content with just, hey, we're going to have this Paradox stay if we win this lane, and then once that's done, we're going to have Pocket roam, so that way you can go get a little bit more, see what you can do there. You can play kind of fast and loose, see how it goes going forward. You don't have to commit to one path or the other, at least for now anyway. But then we have... Oh, sorry,
go ahead, sorry. No, go ahead.
I don't really know how I feel about this entire laning stage. I think it's going to be a lot easier. Did we have him to crash? But I think it's going to be a lot easier on the Goo Creatures side because they had a lot more strong laners. Yamato is she's got such strong poke. Holiday's got such strong poke, and we have Geist as well. They're going to try and overwhelm that mid lane a little bit, try and get that Holiday, doing what Groggledice did last game, get that Holiday onto other lanes, get a nice lasso, be able to push in a lane, push in damage, and try to make something happen. Viscous, you're going to get flogged, sorry, bud. But being able to have that game plan and just overwhelm the middle lane in order to help out your side lanes, especially because Victor and Paige, they want to be able to stall out that lane as much as possible. And when they're so bulky as is, with a combination of barriers as well as Victor being able to just tank so much for so long, having good regeneration, it should be pretty okay. I don't think it's the worst idea, but you have to be able to get that early pressure going. And that's what Goo Creatures is currently getting on Groggledice's side with that Viscous. And I'm liking where it's going so far.
Hey, better this time around. That's pretty much all I was going to say. Beautiful analysis there, so I mean, we don't really need to talk too much more about it. We can talk about what's on our screen, and what's on our screen is the Groggledites doing what the Groggledites do best, already diving the Guardian, taking out that Lady Geist already. The Holiday Geist was looking good and a lot of pressure, but it looks like the Paradox in the pocket are more than enough to deal with it, and that first kill going over to him means that that lane is going to get even more volatile for the Goo Creatures, who need to be even more careful. And that's the thing too, you mentioned it earlier, both these characters, the Paradox and the pocket, can roam if they want to, so if they can get that mid lane opened up early for the Groggledites, it's going to open up their game so much more effectively, right? So that's definitely something I'm looking at here. Something else, just real quick, I'm looking at as well is if this Vindicta Warden, how they're gonna do against this Paige Victor. Believe it or not, I actually don't know if it's that bad. I think obviously, it's definitely favored for the Vindicta Warden, obviously, but I think it cares more about how the Paige plays and actually how the Victor plays. I think the Victor can walk forward, take some HP, shove the wave while the Paige stays safe. They're going to have a lot better of a time, but right now it looks like they're both just taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty rough. Now, it's not going to be too bad when Paige can heal you back and also get some barriers to really shore up that problem, but it's still going to be really hard to deal with, because it's got so much lane poke, so much lane shove from both of those characters, being able to not move from Alchemical Blast, being able to not move from that tether. It's going to be really rough. And as we see on Goo Creatures, they just are getting shoved in pretty hard on this Wraith and Viscous, because they just wait a little bit, got Wraith to a point where she can do a decent amount of damage, and being able to support it by that Viscous is going to do a lot for them in the end.
They couldn't take out the Viscous early, and they just paid the price for it. The Viscous comes back, takes his revenge there a little bit with the help of the Wraith, who is looking pretty strong in that lane. I think Wraith actually is fairly good into that last Yamato lane if she can stay safe within those first couple levels. Once she gets her ultimate, I think she gets a lot better, because as soon as that last jumps in, it gives the opportunity for the Wraith to just press that ultimate and immediately punish them. Obviously, you have the help of the Viscous as well, so if you're taking too much burst, you always have that cube. So I definitely like that lane pairing for the Groggledites, who are doing very well with it. As we're nearing the 5-minute mark, we're going to be getting a little bit of fighting over these buffs here. Over on the right-hand side, a little bit more fighting than the left. It looks like Pink Cat is going to be going down yet again. Mokuzai going down as well. The Goo Creatures are just taking the short end of the stick in both sides of the map here. Both buffs, I believe, going over to the Groggledites as well. And now 4K ahead. It looks like the game is starting almost the same way as before. The only difference is Goo Creatures fighting back a little bit. They do take out the Paradox there, and they are going to be, defending their Guardians just a little bit more effectively. I say that, and the mid lane Guardian is almost taken down here, but I think that's kind of, a long time coming here, as the Groggledites have been doing so well in that middle lane.
Yeah, they're just doing so solid on their performance in really everything. Even though it's only a 3K lead, that will add up quickly. As we saw with the last game, it will be so much of an advantage if they can get these lanes early. And currently, that mid walker, the mid guardian from Goo Creatures, is looking really, really wounded right now. Terribly wounded, even. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there was just one good push from Groggledites there, or to push it, really be able to break through it, and then just start having that bit of roaming there. I'm not really sure what else to add right now, honestly, just because it's just second verse same as the first. Groggledice is getting this early advantage with all of these really good characters that they can get, and even though their Wraith was having a bit of a rough time early game, because that's just how Wraith is, just baby him with a Viscous, and everything's fine anyway. You can just keep on pushing as well as you can. And it just seems like they haven't made the adjustments that they needed to. As I even said, you need to ban the Vindicta. It's going to become such a problem from the last game. It was such a problem with the first game, you have to do something about it. And they just sort of let it go. So I wouldn't be surprised if, as a result of their lackluster draft, really, that Groggledice just continues to roll them. I mean, like, Goo Creatures, they have an idea, but it's not really coming out in practice yet. You have to figure out what they're really trying to do. And I mean, it's much more even. That's good at least, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, especially with how well Groggledice was playing last game.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to the Goo Creatures, it's definitely going a lot better this time around. I think they've had some issues here and there so far. I think a little bit more kills over on to the Groggledites for sure, but we've had some answers for the Goo Creatures. Some members have gone down with a little bit of fighting now over in this middle lane, and seeing some fighting back from the Goo Creatures pocket. Has to run away. Gets a good amount of poke onto that Holiday, though. The Holiday needs to be a bit careful. If that Holiday goes down, that Guardian will be sure to follow, so a lot is going to be riding on if Mokusai can stay alive, and they are incredibly low here. We're seeing the page hold actually go on through cross map. I'm not sure if it was intended or not. It's going over. It might not hit really anyone there too much, and a great job actually from the Goo Creatures to survive there and take the pop down. I say that, but the Geist does actually end up going down. The Holiday have to run away, and Groggledites are going to be taking that first Guardian now. It might be going to what they're saying now. I mean, 5k, about 6k or so, soul lead for the Groggledites already. But a great lash ult from the Goo Creatures might do something, but no, it's going to be a great CC to take the lash out of the air. The Groggledites find what they need. They push the Yamato, they push the lash both underneath the tower, and now it looks like they're pushing on all.
I will say, though, I'm pretty sure that page ult was rather intentional with that angle and managed to hit all 3 lanes, which is pretty solid. I don't think it was the most impact, and I think the main issue with page ult is how hard it is to get too much value out of. Excuse me. But, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Groggledites, once again, got that mid lane. Go get that Holiday going and gank. I'm not even sure if they need the Holiday to go and gank. They're getting plenty of pressure as is on all of their other characters. And just like that, it's going to be chain reaction, all of the Guardians down for Goo Creatures. Second verse, same as the first. They need to be able to get something going here, and when you lose all 3 lanes, it's going to be that much harder to get something going. And I mean, I'm not really sure how they get back into it. I mean, I said before, you need to make adjustments in the draft stage, and I'm not really sure they made the ones that they really needed to get done. I mean, we have the Geist who's currently 1-3, we have the Yamato who's 0-2. You have strong characters, but you're not able to use them too effectively. And I think, once again, you have to figure out some sort of good game plan for them to really make something happen. You only managed to get 1 Guardian on Groggledites, really mid lane, and that was after they already won it. You have to be able to make something work, and so far it's really not working out, especially for Paintcat when you're getting caught out like this.
Yeah, the Page, not the most mobile of characters, and they will be paying the price. The Word Vindicta will punish that all day as the buffs are coming up at the 10th-minute mark. Same with the Urn. The Groggledites are all over both sides here. They're going to be controlling this Urn side, grabbing 2 picks, and maybe even a 3rd here, possibly, if the Victor can't get away. And a great puddle punch take him out of the teleporter. Should be more than enough to get him out. 2 parries is nice, but that's a big bag going over to the Groglates, and that is not what you want to see if you are the Goo Creatures. Now, this is going even worse, I'd argue, the Goo Creatures this time around. It was looking great for the first 6 minutes, but in the last 3 or 4 minutes, the Groglates have really extended their lead even further. They're picking up that urn. It is the first urn, and it's already a comeback urn for the Goo Creatures. That's how behind they are right now.
13k, 14k at almost 11 minutes, even worse than last time. Groglates has just such a good strategy going forward, especially being able to get that 1k bag off of that Victor. It's just going to be so rough. Like, how do you even get back into this? I think they just honestly lost in draft at this point. I mean, as I was saying, you need to have some sort of early game pressure. Getting that Yamato, getting that guy is very good. But if you can't use them effectively, then what's the point in getting them? That's the really big issue here. And they just can't capitalize on it.
Well, the Holiday, 9.6 souls, has definitely been doing a decent job overall, I'd say. So definitely, you know, I would look into Mokuzai to maybe lead their team to success here, find a couple lassos, you know, get some souls over on the board, stall out the game just a little bit longer. I think the fact this is a comeback urn already, which is a little bit insane that that's possible, that the first urn can be a comeback urn. I feel like that shouldn't exist, but regardless, Goo Creatures gonna be denied the urn all the same. Groglates are just gonna be holding that in their base for the time being while extending their lead a little further. Now, what that does do for the Goo Creatures is it kind of stems the bleeding just a little bit, because if the urn was neutral, it would most certainly be going over to the Groglates pretty much uncontested. It allows the Goo Creatures now for the next couple minutes to scale up, try to form some camps, try to just keep things, you know, a little bit stable for the time being, get your power spikes as much as possible. Yamato is definitely one of those characters where you want to get some power spikes on before you get going. She's not, you know, she's pretty strong in lane, but she's definitely not, I guess, the most strong when she's behind, especially in this early to mid game. So let that character get some items, let this Victor scale up a little bit, give time for this this Lash, right? And also this Holiday to find some picks and see if you can work something. Now, Goo Creatures do bring the lead down to about 10, almost 10.5k. But Lash trying to get a pick here, but the Groglates, I mean, this Wraith is just so safe. You can just stick her in that side lane and just watch her work. It's really hard to keep her locked down. The Wraith Bolt going on to the Lash here, and that's actually a lot of damage. Rick Parry on to Koggy there over on the Viscous, but it might not be enough. The Lash is trying to survive for now. They're just going to stay alive for the time being. I guess they lost track of them. They're not really sure where they went. The Lash still has to get out of this one, though, as there's now 4 members over on the side of Groglates pushing in over on this left-hand side, trying to find something. The Lash comes back in, tries to look for an ult, but a great job from this Wraith to hide away from it. 200 health onto this Lash is not going to be enough to survive. Looks like the Groglates managed to come back in full force. It's now a 12k lead for them as we're reaching the 14-minute mark. 1 more minute, and we're going to be getting another urn. And this one surely is going to be going over to the Groglates unless the Goo Creatures can find a little bit of a re-engage here. It looks like they are. 3 members surge back in with the speed boost. They're trying to find this Guardian here.
That they are. They think it's still 13k, so you're okay. But Groglates were also doing a really good job of denying urn at all. Both times that the urn was back at this neutral position where Goo Creatures could possibly get it, Kagi on that Viscous just made sure, nope, you ain't getting that. We're going to take that back to our base, make sure that our lead is even more secured. And even though we're losing a Guardian right now, I don't think it really matters all that much. Now, obviously, it's going to be pretty good now because they can go and get that urn, but it might just be too little too late. It's something. It's good progress. It's something that you want to see. But you're still down by 12k, and I mean, there's still a possibility for Groglates to come in here and contest with how well their lane is pushed up right now, and especially with there being more pressure on that mid lane. They're understanding like, hey, you want to go for that? You want to go for that Spirit Urn? We're going to try and do something else to try and make it as miserable as possible for you to even try and return that. All of those lanes are shoved in, and that Wraith can very easily shove in a single walker by herself. She does not need any assistance in shredding any objective whatsoever, and it's going to be really rough for them, even if they don't get this urn on the Goo Creatures. And it got reset because it's 15 minutes. Urn's gone.
No.
You don't even get that. And you just traded a decent amount of board presence just so that way you could run the urn, and don't even get it in the end. I mean, 14k. Groglodites are just having such a strong performance today. So strong overall, understanding such fantastic macro. We have to be able to push in early, try and get that Spirit Urn, try and deny them the Spirit Urn. It's just been such a wonderful performance from them so far today. And I'm really not sure what the Goo Creatures can do to even get back, especially because Kagi is so on top of this urn. Third time he's been denying it from Goo Creatures, and I mean, you don't really need to run it, but you could posture a little bit, make them sweat a little bit on the Goo Creature side, make them think about where they have to go. I mean, their macro hasn't been fantastic so far, so giving them a little bit more extra bait is going to be even stronger for you to make it even worse for them, especially if you have this Warden wrecking that Geist.
The Geist is going to be going down yet again. 6 deaths already. It's so very hard to play into the Groglodites right now. And it's so tragic what just happened to the Goo Creatures. I feel like they had a decent play. They pushed back. They got a pick onto the Viscous. They got the Guardian. They got the Urn, but just was too little too late. If they got that Urn maybe maybe 20, 30 seconds earlier, they would have been able to do something with it. A great lasso now, actually, for the Goo Creatures is going to be taking this Paradox underneath the Walker and should give the Yamato more than enough time and space to take down this kill. It looks like the Paradox will be going down. Great job from the Goo Creatures to take something there, but in return, they lose their entire Walker. It was just behind the Walker the entire time, just shooting that thing away. That is not the best play. A great job from Groglodites to make something out of that. And now, in control of the Urn, they may try to make a play for it. They have 3 whole minutes to do something with it, and they're now a man up. Possibly even more after this fight. Imp is going incredibly low, still has that ultimate, so has that second life to play around, so shouldn't be too worried overall. The Goo Creatures need to find a way to relax here and kind of stabilize everything. Now the Urn does get dropped. The Groglodites realize they need to defend Walkers. They need to defend this push over on the right-hand side before they try to do anything with this Urn, but that does possibly open up the Goo Creatures if they decide to make a play for it to go grab that Urn. It looks like the Holiday is going to be looking for it, trying to find this Urn, but where is it? It's over there on the other side. Cannot find the Urn. It's going to go back in control. The Groglodites and the Goo Creatures yet again are just back at this stalemate, just sitting in their base, just waiting for something to happen.
I gotta say though, the Goo Creatures, they're trying their best, and honestly I'm surprised that the Holiday and the Yamato didn't get killed there, but as we were talking with that Walker play, they lost the Walker even though they got that Paradox. That's what I'm saying, they don't have enough coordination. Even though that Paradox was off to the side, got stomped by the Walker, got lassoed, nobody was there to capitalize on it, and as a result, even though Paradox did die in the end, it was a very favorable trade for Groglodites because they got everything else that they would have wanted out of that team fight. A really nice distraction that lasted a real long time. They didn't get Urn, they lost a Walker, and even when they get the counter push, they don't even really get that much off of it. Even though, I will say, Goo Creatures is staying remarkably consistent. They only have like a 15k differential right now. Not the worst thing in the world, especially if, like this Viscous, you're going to get a really nice berry. But the main issue is that what can you really do on Goo Creatures if you can't use your macro that effectively? Now, with that being said, it's incredibly easy for us to be like, yeah, dude, you have bad macro. But I gotta say, that's what the glory of the commentary booth is, that we can make all of these shots, but you have to have somebody in that game making those shots for you. And I don't think they have that kind of coordination. I mean, 15k right now, not bad. With that being said, still kind of bad. It just could be worse.
And when we're comparing it to last game,
it could be anywhere. Doing as usual and just hanging out in the subway, hopefully trying to look for some sort of pressure, maybe force something on that Urn.
Yeah, only a minute left. I don't think Groglodites are going to be going for really much of anything with this Urn, but they will be going for this Page, who is already going incredibly low. The Affliction going to be spent to secure that kill. Not sure if you needed it, but a little bit of BM there possibly to just make sure you get the kill already on the board. 30 seconds now until the next Urn. Goo Creatures putting a lot of pressure to try to secure the Urn site, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. They grab it, but the Urn just going to reset in 20 seconds, so it's not going to matter anyway. Paradox swap onto this Lash, who now basically has nothing. His Silence is waiting, gets a parry onto the Viscous, who's been getting those all day here, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. I think the Lash will get out of this one, but the Urn's going to reset. The Goo Creatures are looking a little low on HP, and the Groglodites are coming in to follow. They get the Lash now, who's going down. The Urn is going to be in their favor. They are going to be going to run that thing with the 2 picks over for the Groglodites. They should be able to get this urn. I will say that. I mean, the Viscous is going incredibly low. He gets the cube, tries to get on the little jump pad there, but it's not going to be able to do it. But the members of Grogolites are going to be back in time to protect his life. A great little try from Mokuzai with the lasso to try to secure that kill, but it's not really going to be going anywhere. It's actually going all Grogolites right now, who are just extending this soul lead even further. That's yet another walker in their favor. We're about to see the urn going even more. I mean, I don't even know what Goo Creatures can even do at this point.
I think they just made too many mistakes. I mean, that Lash coming back to pick up the urn again when it was about to reset in a few seconds anyway. I mean, you're already so low. There's obviously you want to have that urn. You want to be able to get some amount of value out of it. But the issue is that you're doing it way too recklessly. You're just thinking, well, we gotta get her. That's what we always gotta do. We're currently in a bad position. But the bad position is that you're currently down by so much and you're trying to force things in a very unfavorable position. You have to be able to make your own plays, yes. But you also can't be so dead set in your ways that you don't make adjustments on the fly. I mean, I'm also not sure how much value you're really getting out of that Lash, because I don't think he's gotten a single really strong ult so far. I mean, we saw that like really early on. We had that really solid one where he was at 200 health behind the walker, really close, but also kind of unknown of where he is, and he almost got one and didn't get anything out of it. And then the same thing on that urn fight. Almost got one and then didn't get anything out of it. And it's just... I think you just need to be able to get more value out of the heroes that you're picking right now. And I mean, as we're looking at that sword where we have, what, maybe 1-2 kills from Goo Creatures right now, and Grogolites has just got the whole smorgasbord of assaults right now, especially when they're pressuring this walker. And this is the kind of Lash ult that we need again.
On to the Vindictus now, who is going to be running away from that one. It looked great, but the walker just did not slam, did not follow up with any CC, and in return, the Goo Creatures are going to be going incredibly low across the board. I will say that the Yamato is going in over onto the Paradox, so maybe they can get one kill in return, which will be great for the Goo Creatures, but the page goes down. Looks like the Paradox will be going down in the end, so it is going to be a 1-for-1, but with the walker going down, and now the Yamato might be taken out in the backline, but should be getting out okay. So it is actually going to be fairly decent for the Grogolites, who get 2 picks to 1 and the walker. So not the worst fight in the world for the Goo Creatures, but they're still going to be sitting at their base. The Yamato in the backline might actually get a kill or two. Takes out Koggy, yes, takes him out from the zip line. No one even remembered the Yamato was there. Look, they're pinging him. They did not even realize the Yamato was just sitting back there, and it looks like they could be working to get one more pick, but no, it looks like the Grogolites do all end up getting out, getting their little power spikes there. They got everything they needed, lost 2 members, but it's not going to matter too much. Grogolites still very much in control of this game.
Yep, I'm not sure if you saw it during that entire team fight, but that right back door of the Patron is currently down. Shrines are down, Patrons are just about to be done. And right now the Goo Creatures are trying to force this mid-boss. I'm not sure how this is going to go for them, because I mean, it would be what you need to get back in this game, especially with how fast they're getting it. But it doesn't seem like Grogolites is in too bad a position. They're going to try and contest this, and it's going to be quite a melee down there, but Goo Creatures gets all 3 of them. That's exactly what they need, but it's going to be kind of bad if they can't get out of this team fight, which is going to be a bit rough for them, especially because they just lost all that HP, but it seems like nobody's going to die for it.
They had a great start. They had a burst damage in the beginning. The Grogolites were just a little bit too late, though, on the mid-boss. Great call from Goo Creatures. They take out 2 members. They get all 3 soul reverse. And now it looks like the tides might have turned. Seeing mid-timers going through here, but that's a curse over onto the Holiday. That's a Mystic Reverb over onto Yamato. I think we've kind of scaled now at this point here, Shoddy. Goo Creatures have a bit of playmaking potential. They are still down a good amount of souls, but they have the 3 soul rebirths. They have the Divine Barrier now on the page. They're getting the items they need. I think they're at a point where they can start to push some of these walkers, and the game might have swung back, maybe not into their favor, but definitely more back towards neutral.
I wasn't a big fan of them waiting a little bit on this because they had gotten 2 picks. They had the Pocket and the Wraith down, and being able to force something while they had Rejuve up, just push it down mid, that would have been very effective for them. Now, obviously, you don't want to get backdoored, but just send one person off, but just, as I was saying earlier, they don't have much of a game plan, it seems like. They're just sort of wandering over here. Now, they are contesting for these mid buffs, which isn't bad. That's a good step forward, but I think the main issue is just that you need to be able to make something happen almost immediately after getting that mid-boss, and They didn't really do that. It gives Groglodytes time to reset. Now, obviously, you're going to get this urn as well. It's definitely what they needed. They're going to play a bit more passive, but I would have preferred if they just tried to make a little bit more happen, especially because this is giving them all this time on the Groglodite side to just be able to push those waves and try and contest this urn. Even if it is favored for the goo creatures, Groglodites just needs to have one more fight that goes well for them, and then they can end this game immediately. So I'm not sure how well it went, but it seems like it's working out for the goo creatures. The Groglodites, they aren't playing too aggressive right now. They're just going to say, you know what, we kind of flubbed there. Let's play a bit more passive. Honestly, kind of surprised that they aren't trying to contest anything. Maybe it's just the threat of the Reju that they just want to be like, I mean, if we do go for that Spirit Urn, it could end up that we lose 2 more Guardians and Walkers in the process. So maybe it's better if we just hang back a little bit. But unfortunately for that Worm, he's a little bit too far up.
Getting lassoed, getting jump pad up into the entire team, getting cursed now. The last stand won't even come out, and it looks like the Warden is as good as dead. A great pick from the goo creatures. Managed to take out one of the main carries for the Groglodites, and it looks like the goo creatures are on their comeback. They get that urn. One of the Soul Reapers does get popped, but they are going to still have 2 extra lives now for a majority of their members. And now here comes the push. I mean, something you're noting, Shadi, is they didn't quite make a lot of pushing right away, but you know, maybe that's their plan. Maybe they decided, let's play it slow, try to find a pick, get the urn, get our souls back up to about neutral, which we are about now, and they have the waves, they have this, you know, the right side and the middle lane pushing. We're about to see a possible fight under either or even both of these walkers. Goo creatures need to do something, though. I do agree with you. They need to make something happen here. They need to try to get at least one of these walkers if they are going to have a shot at keeping this game going well. And right now they are making a play for this right-hand side. The Wraith trying to live for so long. He manages to, you know, take him around the rosy a little bit, but the lash is just so much damage. The Wraith goes down. Here comes the Viscous. Should be able to defend for now. The swap hole going just barely wide. Almost takes that lash down. One of the Soul Reapers now getting procced onto the Lady Geist over in the mid lane. There's fighting happening on 2 fronts, but I'm seeing a whole lot of walker damage right now. And at the same time, Shoddy, I mean, the pocket. Look at the pocket just pushing the base guardians on the other end. The Groglodites, they're defending all of their walkers so incredibly well. Yeah, they lost the Wraith, but no one else is going down. The health bars are looking high for them, while at the same time the pocket just pushing the base guardians, finding the affliction onto this Victor, drawing 2 members now back from the Goop to their base, stopping their push entirely. The mid boss is gone, and now the Groglodites are back onto this fight, taking out the Holiday already. The Groglodites have played that entire sequence so beautifully.
Honestly, that was fantastic play from both sides. The goo creatures, honestly, if they got one of those guardians, like one of the walkers, they would have been able to get that skill differential back in their favor, and that's exactly what they need, especially with how far behind they were that entire game. But Groglodites playing that passively, so fantastically done. Honestly, just good play. It meant that the Groglodites, they could understand, like, hey, they're going to try and fight on their terms, and we have to respond in kind. We're not going to try and go out, do anything too hasty. Now, obviously, Warden died, but he wasn't too far up, honestly. Like, he was a bit. But it meant that because the waves weren't too shoved and because the rest of the positioning of the team wasn't that far up, they didn't get much momentum off of it. So it gave Groglodites time to come on in there, be able to make the adjustment that they needed to, and they got all 3 of those rejuice off really cleanly, too. Now, obviously, it's still a much closer game than it was before. Very good call on the Goo creatures for being able to even get that in the first place. But Groglodites being able to stabilize and understand that we need to play back a little bit, and also that wonderful split from that pocket in order to be able to say, hey, you guys, you have to pay attention to me. If you, you already messed up so much this game. You have to be able to protect your patron, and even though you might want to go forwards, we have this so much pressure that if you don't do, genuinely perfect for the rest of this, you are going to lose. And it's just fantastic play on both sides. This is going to be still a nail-biter to the end, I gotta say. This has been pretty incredible. It seems like we're sizing up for another team fight on this bridge buff right about now.
Yeah, here comes the team fight, and it looks like it might already be over. A huge bag being dropped, about a 1 or so bag off of that Lady Geist, going over to the Groglodites. And I mean, this is what we've been seeing all game from the Groglodites, is just that pressure, that willingness to make plays, to start fights, and to be there for these buffs in this Urn setup. Now fight over on this left-hand side looks like it's going over to the way of the Groggledites. That Victor taking a lot of damage so far, and 2 picks going over on the side of Goo Creatures. I mean, it's pretty rough for them here. They're kind of just going to have to sack this Urn. Groggledites should be getting a big influx of souls, and they're pretty much back into the lead. Like you mentioned before, I think they've accepted the fact that they messed up that mid-boss. They made a little bit of a mistake, but they've done a great job at making sure that lead doesn't get reduced too much. They grab this Urn. They're about to turn it in sometime soon. Once the Viscous decides when he wants to do it, looks like he actually doesn't even care. They're just going to be going right for the mid-boss, drop the Urn right in the middle of the pit, take that mid-boss. You have 2 picks. I think this is the correct play. Well done to the Groggledites, and then with these 4 Rejuve crystals, I don't really know how creatures are going to stop them.
No, it doesn't seem like they're really in a position to even contest, and I mean, that was probably going to be your best bet as one final desperate attempt, but I don't think they can even do that. This is probably GG, honestly. I don't see what the Goo Creatures really can do. It was just such a good macro play from Groggledites. Excuse me. Goo Creatures got something back. They got a little bit of pressure there, and it was kind of the exact pressure they needed, especially with the soul differential not being too bad at one point. But Groggledites just have so much better map awareness of understanding what's going on at any given time that it was just kind of over, really. Like, as much as they want to be able to get that good counter push, be able to get something else going, they just didn't have enough going for them that Groggledites just hold it back into this game. They still have a really solid, like, everything, really. This late game is kind of theirs to win for the Groggledites. They still have the Warden ult, they have Vindicta doing Vindicta things and being the most annoying thing in the world. You still should have banned that, I swear. But you also have Pocket and Wraith, both very farmed up. That Viscous is only at 30k, but that's perfectly fine. Everybody else is heads and shoulders above the rest of the competition. You don't really need to have too much going on there for that Viscous to really do what you needed to do. So just really good delegation there from the Groggledites. And we're going to see how... Ooh, this big Glash ult might not even matter, though. We're going to have to see how well it goes right now, though.
And it's not maybe going to matter. The Soul Rebirths are still in play for the Groggledites, and they get 2 picks before they even need to use them. So what looked good on the surface, the Lash ult definitely got 3 people there, but it's not really going to matter, as the Patron already been dropped, going to be going down. The Groggledites have more than enough firepower to take this game too, and to take this first series of the DSL EU playoffs. Groggledites going to be advancing on to the semifinals. Well done for them, and sadly for the Goo Creatures, you know, well fought, especially in that second game. They made things a little bit more close, but sadly that's going to be the end of your season.
I do think it was a really solid run, especially with that mid-boss near that mid-game, that just completely turned the tables on everything. Very solid stuff. I don't think either team had a bad performance here. I just think that Groggledites was just that much stronger, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were a contender for getting all the way to the end of this tournament. Very good job from both teams, and we're hoping to see you next season as well.
Yeah, definitely hoping to see them next season. I think a great effort overall. Love seeing the new picks, the Page and the Victor. Definitely something to that's pretty interesting. Is that 0 healing for... Is that... I guess he does all regen, right? So I guess that doesn't count.
I think that's a bit bugged right now.
It might be bugged.
Because it also has Geist as 0 healing, but that's not happening.
Okay, yeah,
I think it's currently
definitely
just a bit bugged.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why.
Either way, pretty much going the entire way of the Groggledites. Not quite as one-sided as that first game, so definitely some good adjustments over on the Goo Creatures side, but Groggledites, I really like that game from them. Yeah, they went behind, or rather not behind, but they kind of lost their footing a little bit in that mid-game, but we saw that they have the potential to refocus, play passively, and find their opportunity to strike again and go into the lead. And I mean, Groggledites, after seeing them play here, I think they're in a pretty good shot to do, you know, at least make that grand finals and possibly win this whole thing. I really like the way they're playing, and I think if a little bit of a couple more good games like that, and they're going to be going straight to the grand finals. So we'll be seeing them tomorrow. That will be the only thing that we'll be seeing them for today. This is only day 1. After all, we're going over all the quarterfinals. For those that might be just joining us now and weren't here earlier, we are going to be going over all the quarterfinal matches. We just went through the first one. We got one more to go later on, and then over on the B stream on Death Slam events, they are going over those 2 games over there as well. So definitely check them out during the break here in just a second. But before we go to break, anything you want to say about Groggledites or maybe even Goo Creatures here as we kind of, you know, start to move on into the semifinals later on?
I think it was just a valiant effort from both teams. We're going to see a lot of Wacko Jacko 357. He was in the chat earlier. He was doing exceedingly well on that Vindicta. And I think just their character pools are just so deep, especially with getting that pocket pick, getting 30k damage. I didn't think it was an optimal pick, but I mean, you still made it work. You still got a whole bunch of damage in. It wasn't that bad against that really, really thick comp between Geist and Victor. So I'm liking how they're doing so far. And thank you all very much to our viewers for coming to support us. If you want to support us in any way, shape, or form, we have a merch store that you can use to support us, and that would be very grateful on any amount that you can give us. We have this really cool tarot card, the Slam shirt, as well as some mugs. Any and all support that you can give us would be absolutely fantastic. I have been the Shoddy Strawman at Strawman Studio. Please check me out on YouTube if you can, and this has been me with Jord OS on this Deathy DL Death Slam League stream. Thank you very much for watching.
Wanna shoot past the stars. never been before. When nothing rhymes like purple and orange, where you can count the quarters law. I wanna fly with the Jetsons, wanna shoot past the stars with you. Oh, with you.
We're back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Death Slam League European playoffs here over on the EU here. You got two little NA guys casting across the pond here. I'm Jord, and still joined over here by Shoddy. Shoddy, you made it sound like you didn't want to come back last time, but here we are. We're back for the second and final thing of the day. We still got one more, I guess, quarterfinals that we're going to be running. If taking a look at the bracket here, because it'll be Patron Saints versus Les Watermelons. And me and Shoddy, we're talking before. I think, last game, a little bit one-sided. It was the undefeated top one seed versus the been defeated many times 0-7 creatures, sadly for them, but they did a good showing in that last game at the very least. But these two teams are both tied for third place, actually. So, Shoddy, I think we're going to be getting a little bit of a close game this time around.
That's the hope. Maybe we'll see. Please, can we see a Vindicta ban? I don't want to see her on the street anymore. She just was way too much. Like, why? I would at least like to see some of the new characters, but that's a bit of a pipe dream. But being able to see Doorman and all of his portal and door shenanigans would be really cool to see. I think he probably has the best chance of getting picked, just because I think he's not too complicated to understand, but still gives you the very important level of CC, gives you a little bit of tricksiness, gives you some map pressure. That's what I'm hoping to see. Just a bit more better macro from both teams, and I'm sure that, this is Ascendant. I'm sure they can make it work, so good luck and Godspeed to both teams. Let's hope for a really good match and a really good draft.
Hey, and if you think about it, maybe a little bit of a pipe dream here, but you don't ban Vindicta, right? Stay with me. They pick Vindicta, you answer with the doorman. In theory, you put a door on the high ground, you can get to her, banish her in midair, right, send her to the hotel. Maybe the doorman can counter the Vindicta, who knows? I mean, in theory, a lot of characters should counter the Vindicta, but in practice, with all the, counterspell, all the other items, with, other teammates, running interference, it's a lot harder to do in practice. We saw last game Lash being played against the Vindicta twice in a row and only ulted the Vindicta once, so maybe that's a player skill thing, maybe that's a lack of targeting difference, who knows? But we're going right into the draft here. No need to yap any longer. Let's see what these teams want to do. We're starting off with a bit of a holiday ban here for the Patron Saints, and for how do you want to call this team? It's French, right? I'm American.
Les Watermelons.
So good luck. Les Watermelons. You want me to speak a little French for the audience back home here? But either way, it's gonna be
assuming so. It's an EU team. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe they're making fun of French people. I don't know how you guys do it over there across the pond, but Holiday ban, Warden ban, two characters we saw both games last series, both very, very strong characters in their own right. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm liking these bans a lot more than Kelvin and Doorman. Holiday, no, obviously Doorman last game, that was hard CC. But being able to ban Holiday, she is also CC and also so much more mobile. It's so much worse to deal with. And being able to get that Warden out of the table, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a bit more targeted, because I don't think that banning Warden's bad either. He's got such strong early game with the Flask and the Binding Word. He's got such strong late game with the Last Stand. And we also see the Vindicta from the Patron Saints, because you literally cannot escape her. And we see the Yamato first pick from Les Watermelons. That's what I keep on telling you, man. We saw in the Death Slam Invitational that basically every single time, who do we ban? Vindicta and Yamato. And now we're seeing first picks Vindicta and Yamato. So, gonna be pretty brawly, I'm gonna assume, going forward. I'm not sure where you even go from here, because these feel like the first two default picks that you get if they're open and if you can play them. So let's see how well they round out the rest of their draft. We have Les Watermelons getting an Infernus pick here, kind of early. How are you feeling about that one?
I actually really like it. You ban the Warden, so you don't have that Vindicta Warden lane. Obviously take that away from them. And then you pick up the Infernus and the Yamato, which are kind of the two other very, very good diving characters right now that are going to be getting the spirit damage, right? So, you get that Warden taking away. So Patron Saints, there's other characters you can work with here. There's a Pocket, there's a 7, there's other things you can do, but nothing quite does the job like those three characters, in my opinion. The Yamato, the Infernus, the Warden, they all kind of fill a similar role. And with Les Watermelon taking both those characters off the board, I think that's a lot of damage around to them. Now, on the other end, the Patron Saints, they're getting a good amount of potential here with the Vindicta, the Paradox, and the Abrams. The Vindicta removing some of her counters with that paradox as well. But I don't know if that's enough damage for the first 3 things here. And with the 3rd pick coming over to Low Water Malone right now, going over to the pocket here, I mean, that's a lot of picks to kind of counter that Vindicta. I have a feeling she might have a bit of a tougher game this time around.
I'm liking Low Water Malone's draft just fine. I don't think Patron Saints is bad yet. Vindicta Abrams can do a pretty solid job in and of itself, even if you don't have the Warden Cage and the Stamina Disable. It makes it so much easier for Abrams to get that shoulder charge if you can tether them properly. As well as shore up Abrams' rather rough early game with Vindicta. Like, he doesn't have a bad early game. It's not abhorrent. But ever since they nerfed Abrams so that way his shoulder charge doesn't get you a guaranteed heavy melee and only a light melee, he became much worse, especially because you have to invest a lot of points to really get to that point, and it helps. But being able to have that Vindicta to be your eyes in the sky, be able to pepper them while you go in, and still be able to get out pretty reliably, it's going to help out a lot. We have the 7 ban from Lay Watermelons, which I think they don't mind too much on their comp. They have Pocket and Furnace Yamato. They're very camp heavy. They want to have a lot of souls, especially Pocket. You get an early lead and then you just never lose it. That's sort of what you want to go with there. So being able to deny that from the Patron Saints, especially because that's not it's very squishy so far. Pocket and Infernus, they don't have the best amount of bulk. Infernus gets it when he's later on in game, but Yamato can just sort of tank it. But being able to not have to deal with that in lane for any of them, pretty solid. It just means that there's going to be much worse teamfight ults going forward, especially with that Warden and 7 ban. And as we see a Lash ban as well, this is going to be a much more brawly game, I would say. Much more early game, solo sort of picking sort of things. That perhaps is going to have to be putting in a lot of work to coordinate some of these pushes. But that's a lot of CC on the Patron Saints side, and not a lot on Less Watermelons, even if they do get that Lady Geist pick. So they're going to probably want to figure out some amount of CC going forward, because if they can't, then the Patron Saints are going to be dictating a lot of the tempo of this game.
Yeah, it seems like the strategies are pretty clear for both teams. Patron Saints, they're kind of taking and banning away all the pick characters. The Holiday and the Lash are gone. They take away the Paradox and the Vindicta. They still have some things left. There is technically like a Bebop you could pick, a Moe and Crow you can pick. It's still available. There's definitely options for the Watermelons. And on the other side for them, speaking of, they're kind of just taking away all the heavy damage right now, all the heavy spirit damage. They ban the 7, they ban the Warden, they pick up the Yamato and Furnace, Pocket, Geist. Like, that's a lot of damage, but a little worried for them. That's also a lot of souls you're going to need to secure on all of those characters, and someone's going to bite the bullet. So I'm expecting their last 2 picks to be kind of, characters that can run on that low soul economy. Maybe some supporty characters. We got Kelvin open, Viscous open, Paige possibly open as well. Maybe a Bebop as well can run on that low soul economy. Moe and Crow could be a good option. I'm expecting them to pick something along those lines. Maybe a Kelvin, Moe and Crow would be a good option. Something like that could work, whereas the Patron Saints, they're grabbing what they can. They get the Shiv, they have the Execute for when they do get those picks. They get those tethers, they get those swaps, they get those wall charges, right? But they're still lacking that concrete, consistent damage, right? So I really want them to pick something that can just keep putting out the deeps.
Shiv is an interesting pick. I don't think it's bad, but I think my concern is that Yamato and Geist, you want them very much to be low for their game plans to work. Yamato uses her ult when she's low and then gets back to full health and kills you. Lady Geist likes to swap, so being able to have Shiv there is really nice. The issue is that Pocket and Furnace are both, frankly, they're just terrible matchups. Being able to die to Affliction or Afterburn because of how Bloodletting works, it doesn't help you out at all. I do think it's a bit more of a dedicated counter pick to Geist and Yamato, which I don't blame them for, but you're gonna have to be very careful not to have to deal with but not to deal with the worst matchups of Pocket and Furnace and try to play much more around those very favorable Lady Geist and Yamato matchups. We also see that we have Dorman from the Patron Saints, Kelvin and Bebop from the Watermelons. I don't mind that Doorman. It gives them much more CC. Like, they just have... I feel like this is either going to go one of 2 ways. The Patron Saints are going to CC the Watermelons out of the entire game and just have them play on their terms for the entirety of it, or the Watermelons are just going to have such high DPS and get such nice one-off encounters that the Patron Saints just won't be able to deal with how much damage they're outputting, because they don't have... Like, they have good tankiness, But I feel like their main issue is that they don't have the damage. They don't have an M1 carry yet. And they go with a Talon to round out their comp. I'm a bit concerned about that one, frankly.
Where's
I don't
their
think
damage?
either of these comps are bad. It's just going to be all spirit damage from Talon and hopefully Shiv. It's just a bit more passive than I would like. There's no real team fight ults on the Patron Saints, which in fairness, it got banned out pretty early, but I'm liking less Watermelons a lot more, even though they have a lot less CC, because they have a much more solid game plan, I would say.
I agree. To be fair, I think the Patron Saints do have a lot of time, the first 15 minutes or so of the game to make these plays happen to get a bit of a soul lead. Because if they can get a 5k plus soul lead, I think they can do fairly well. Like I mentioned before, there's 4 members of the Watermelons that want a lot of souls. They want to carry the game. They want to get really, really strong. And so if you target 1 or 2 of those before they can get going, you can start to, get something going yourself. They do have a lot of burst damage with the Grey Talon, the Paradox, the Abrams, right? Stuff like that. They have that execute. So that, they can definitely get some kills. I'm just worried if this goes, 25, 30 minutes plus, it's just going to get worse and worse for the Patron Saints. So they have to, basically their game plan is just to get some kills early and run with them. Whereas the Watermelons, I would have rather them had the Mo and Krill instead of the Bebop, to be completely honest with you. I think it works with their comp a bit better with the full dive type of angle. But you do have the Geist, you do have the Infernus, who can kind of just, anchor and kind of play that kind of more functional carry role. And then obviously you have the Pocket and the Yamato that can dive whenever they want, do basically anything. They can side lane, they can go full dive and team fight, whatever they really want. And then the Kelvin Ace Dome, that I think is going to be the big game changer. Get a rescue beam on that Kelvin, have him kind of running interference on the CC and on the plays that the Patron Saints are going to be trying to get. I think the Watermelons have a bit of a more surefire draft. If they can get to 20 plus minutes, I think they're going to have a really good time. Whereas the Patron Saints, it's goofy. I like it. I think it has potential. I'm curious to see if they're going to do something with it.
Very true. Like, less Watermelons, I think they have just such a much better team strategy going forward. The Patron Saints, it's not bad, but I feel like where you're getting a lot of the value is not exactly from Grey Talon and or Shiv, really. It's from the Vindicta and getting the CC from everybody else. That's where you're getting the value. And they really need to get that early game advantage, start spiraling early, but that's going to be really difficult. Like, they have solid lanes. Doorman's an above average laner, Great Talon's above average. Shiv is about average. Like, they don't have anything fantastic. And we look at less Watermelons, they have, Bebop Yamato. Imagine that as a lane. Now, I don't think you're going to run that, but I think that's one of the worst lanes to play against in the entire game. You get hooked out from under tower, and even when you're hiding, Yamato just pelts you from far away. Oh no. But with that being said, like, Les Watermelon just has such a stronger early game. Like, the only 2 bad, I mean this in like very heavy air quotes, bad laners are Infernus and Kelvin. And Kelvin's still really good. Everybody else is just very strong. So I don't know how well the Patron Saints are going to be able to get that early game advantage they so desperately need unless Watermelons has such good early lane pressure as is. I mean, Vindicta, Paradox, and Grey Talon are going to be pretty alright, but everybody else, and Doorman to an extent, but just Abrams and Shiv are going to be suffering a bit, and you need them to carry late game, so it's going to be a lot of pressure on that Vindicta and everybody else to really make it so they can get to that, make that early game count.
I think this early game is going to be real volatile. I'm sensing some early game kills, some early game action coming, and I'm excited for it because, there's no way this game goes 0 kills till 10 minutes, right?
No.
Both these teams want to kill you, and they want to kill you all the time. They are going to be going very aggressive on either side. I could see the Watermelons just kind of chilling a little bit, especially in that Kelvin lane, whoever you keep laning with. At the same time, you go Geist Kelvin, that turns into a kill lane a little bit. You have double bomb, you have the Arctic slow to stop any aggression from the other side. The Geist obviously can hold her ground with that life drain whenever she wants. So Lots of good options for either team here. I'm very curious to see what they do with this Grey Talon. That's something we haven't really seen too much in competitive play very recently. We've seen, here and there, but not the best win rate. It's definitely kind of a hit or miss type of character. If you do well early, you find a lot of success, but that tends to not be the case, sadly, in these competitive games. Sadly for the Grey Talon players out there, the Grandma is not in the best state in competitive play at the very least. So we'll see if the Patron Saints can change that.
I think the main issue with Grey Talon is that this is a very teamfight focused game, and he has one of the least teamfight oriented kits in the entirety of it, which is interesting because Vindicta, who is in a very similar archetype, does it so much better than him because you just put on so many debuffs, it doesn't matter. Grey Talon is much more of pure burst damage and being able to snipe somebody out with that Guided Owl, but he doesn't contribute in the same way you want him to. The Spirit Snare is good, but the main issue is it takes such a long time to arm, and even though you can throw it and then shoot it with your bow in order to be able to get it to arm instantly, it's much more unwieldy, much more specific. Vindicta is widely applicable, so I'm also expecting to see some sort of knockdown when you have both Grey Talon and Vindicta. So we'll see how that goes, and I do like less watermelons a lot more here just because they're rather mobile as a group, and we'll see how well it goes. But being able to have Infernus Dash, you have Pocket being Pocket, get that Majestic Leap to go everywhere. You have Kelvin with the Ice Path, and you have Yamato is a pretty solid roamer, being able to... That's a much better than having Shiv and Grey Talon as well as Abrams. There's going to be a decent focus on macro this game, I would argue. You have to be able to make every last bit of it count, and if you can't, you're going to be in a much rougher position. As we enter, we have these lanes: Doorman, Grey Talon versus Kelvin and Infernus. Interesting choices. I don't think that the Fire and Ice pair is by any means a bad combo. It's just a pretty solid lane. I'm more interested in Doorman and Grey Talon as a lane. It's very front-loaded. Doorman has very good poke potential with that Call Bell, and if anybody gets too close, you can use that luggage cart kind of early. So he's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but pairing him with Grey Talon's an interesting choice. I honestly thought that you would probably pair him with one of the more brawlier types, because once you get that luggage cart online, you can just throw people however you wish and disrupt their game plan to make yours even easier. On that mid lane, we have a Pocket and a Yamato versus a Paradox and... can't quite see here. Shiv. Paradox and Shiv lane. I don't hate that too much. It's okay. It's just sort of okay all across the board. That Yamato Pocket lane is going to be very difficult to deal with. There's going to be a lot of lane shove from that Yamato, a lot of lane shove from that Pocket. So it's going to be a lot of damage early. So Shiv isn't the worst choice there, but it's going to be a bit rough around the edges with being able to survive when he's getting peppered so often. He's still tanky because of bloodletting, but he's not that tanky if you keep on focusing him down. And then in the final lane, we have Abrams Vindicta versus Geist and Bebop. And, oh god, Geist Bebop. Any lane with Bebop is going to be absolutely miserable, especially if you have such a high damage character like Geist. Good lord. I don't think that either of these lanes are bad, namely that Vindicta Abrams is pretty strong as is. Abrams likes getting in close, so that means that Vindicta has space to shoot from the back, and if you need to have space for that Abrams, you can tether and or crow people with Vindicta. We are doing pretty alright there. It's not a bad lane by any means. I'm just not sure if there's any direct strategy here from anybody except for, not in a bad way. I mean that more as in less Watermelons is trying to overwhelm the middle with that Pocket Yamato, but everyone else just sort of seems like, we'll see how it goes. We're not having any bad lanes, but we don't have any exceptionally good ones. So maybe we get some progress here, maybe we don't. But outside of the less Watermelons trying to force down mid, try and get that Pocket early open. I can't speak, whatever. Try to get Pocket so that way you win the lane, you have Yamato hold the lane so you can get fed, you have Pocket go and roam to other lanes so that way you can force other towers. I think that's the best strategy right now, but everybody else is just sort of chill to just do their thing. We'll see how the Great Talon can interact with that mid lane, especially because Pocket is so fragile as is. So being able to throw in a really nice bird, just disrupt them so well, try and win the lane, pretty good, honestly. But I'm not sure how. He's looking pretty good there, man. I gotta say, with how much love and attention they put into these new characters, they look absolutely fantastic. I love that dash animation from Doorman. But I think that's going to be... This is probably going to go a bit long in the early game, and that's going to favor less watermelons a lot more because of how well they scale. So we'll see if the Patron Saints can try to make something happen here. They definitely have the tools to be able to do something. The main problem is just, where do you get those tools? Like you need to find... I'm sorry. You need to find that opening. You just have to figure out how and where to make that opening happen. And I'm not sure where they can get that. It's going to be there somewhere. It's just more of you have to find it somewhere. So I'm not sure where the opening is going to come from. Possibly from that Great Talon Doorman lane, because they have a lot of damage, a lot of shove that doesn't require them to be that committal, in all honesty. So we'll see how that goes, but it's just a bit slow in the early game. I don't have any directly favored lanes, any extremely strong lanes here. It's just, let's work on a good game plan for ourselves, make this get going, get something of a game plan, and then figure it out once we get a little bit more shove in somewhere.
Thank you for the beautiful analysis, kind of covering the pause for us there. I mean, that's what we need here. Cover this little pause. And speaking of pauses, I mean, we are very well and truly in the European region today. 3 for 3 today on the early game pauses. Just want to point that out. Every single game so far, we've had a couple pauses here and there. So a little bit of pause lock going on, a little bit of yapping, a little bit of banter from the members of either side here. I think we'll probably come back to the caster cam here. There we are, little beautiful faces. You get to look at us a bit instead of the game for now. Normally what happens is once we go back to our faces, the game pauses immediately. So that's kind of the hope here. But I think the Bebop over on the Watermelons, Barty, needed a little pause for a second. Make sure everything's okay there. So hopefully all that will be figured out momentarily. You know, I guess piggyback off of what you were talking about with the lanes, shot. I guess I can kind of say, you know, one thing I was looking at for sure is that mid lane. I think the Paradox Shiv, I think it is, correct?
Yes.
I don't know how much I like that against the Pocket and Yamato, and I was right. As soon as we go back to our faces, as soon as I start yapping, we're already back and right in mid lane, just what I was talking about here, but we're already seeing it. The lane being shoved in by that Pocket. Gonna keep things, you know, in their favor for now. The Watermelons, I think, definitely have the favor in that lane. Abrams on the other side taking a bit of damage for the Patron Saints, but it is an Abrams, so he will be regenning, actually without the 3, so not gonna be regenning too much as of yet, but should be fine overall. See some aggression over on the mid lane yet again. I think, you know, the Watermelons, their objective this game is to just, you know, keep the Patron Saints at bay, make sure they can't get any plays, you know, early on against them, but at the same time, I mean, they have the tools to make some plays themselves, right? They don't need to be playing passive or anything crazy. They can look for kills, they can look for lane pressure, and it looks like they are doing that on at least 2 of their lanes.
That they are. I'm interested to see that the Abrams is getting his Infernal Resilience last. I don't think it's bad, mind you. But what I've seen from, say, a Listic build is that you go that really early, you get a whole bunch of regen, you invest into your Infernal Resilience very early for the express purpose of make yourself very tanky, even when you're not, like, that fed. And the reason behind that is then you get to mid-game, and you have so many points in that Infernal Resilience that you just don't die, and it means that you can really effectively play the tank role, which you might need a little bit more of, because outside of Shiv, everybody's pretty squishy so far, and you don't have a support yet, so we'll see how that goes going forward. I can definitely see you going the much more aggressive build, though, because you want to be able to CC your opponents out of the game, so just being able to rush something like a Phantom Strike, we might see that coming out later, but the idea is that you can Phantom Strike in, push them into a wall, and then engage really solidly there with a strong punch. So I can believe that you want to focus much more on, say, the shoulder charge early in order to get that online as soon as you can to just get some really good engages, as we were talking earlier. They need to get an advantage early, so maybe we don't worry about too much about bulk and just more about killing them in the first place.
Not quite going to be going too well for them, I should say. I mean, a little bit of tiny advantages here and there. The Watermelons find the first kill over on to, I believe it was the Doorman on that right-hand side. Just that, that fire and ice combo, like you said. They're surviving the little pressure and the burst damage from the Doorman and the Grey Talon early on, and they're doing a great job so far in that lane, but no big leads as of yet, like you mentioned. I think the Patron Saints are doing a lot better in this mid lane than I would have expected. The Paradox and the Shiv definitely do have some teeth in the matchup, but they're keeping the lane shoved fairly well overall. I think the Yamato and the Pocket, they kind of have to choose, right? You're going to focus the players or the creeps, and if you kind of, one or the other, then you're not going to be getting the value out of your character, so definitely something to note there. There's a funny little interaction I was just thinking of, actually. The Grey Talon, I think the biggest weakness of the Grey Talon is that you can just hide and play walls and wait for the minions to come to you, and the Crown can, not really get that much pressure with his arrows, harder to hit the arrows, all that type of thing. He has to overextend to try to get angles to hit the arrows, but with the Doorman doors, you can find a lot more creative angles to actually get those arrows, so that could be something to look out for possibly later in the game. Buffs come up at around this 5-minute mark now, fighting on both sides. Didn't quite catch who actually got the buffs on either side. A little bit of the skirmish over on either one, so could have gone either way, but looks like no kills overall. A little bit of pressure over on this mid lane. Some of that Guardian is going to be going down to about half HP, actually. That's a lot of damage from the Paradox and the Shiv. That Guardian getting incredibly low. They need to get back and defend that right now, and oh my goodness, they took about 60% of it, so well done to the Patron Saint for just getting the Guardian damage.
Well done indeed. Listen, bridge buffs are important, and I believe that Geist got a spirit buff on the left-hand side. But you also have to remember that this is a game about objectives functionally. You have to worry a lot more about them. So if you just let them go and haven't shoved as much as they did because they were busy dealing with the bridge buffs there, then you're just going to have a rough time of it, because now you have to be able to try and pull all of that back. And as we saw a little bit earlier, they were pushing into that very heavily right now. So how do you really get more momentum back is a question, especially when you're playing like Yamato and Pocket. They are both very burst heavy characters, so maybe you get an affliction off, but right now they're just pushing up so effectively, and you're not getting much lane shove off on them in return, so they're just a bit hard to hit right now. Hopefully they can figure out what they need to do to make that mid lane work, I'm sorry. But as we say that, we have a bit of a slobber knocker on the right-hand side. The Doorman once again dying to that Infernus and that Kelvin. They're just able to put on so much pressure, keep themselves so healthy. And that Infernus is going so deep for that kill against that Grey Talon and manages to find it. That's what I mean by it's just a solid lane overall. I don't think any side had one big advantage or the other. It was just one little tipping point from the Infernus and the Kelvin being able to shove a little bit more effectively than the Doorman and that Grey Talon, just get a little bit of an advantage to really make them just win that lane, get more pressure, and being able to get that Kelvin over to, say, mid lane after you've won it is going to be pretty strong. And Grey Talon's going to have a much rougher time getting out those birds if he's under a lot of pressure himself. You want to be able to be a little more free for that, and with the Doorman dying as much as he is, and there being quite a decent lead from Les Watermelons on that lane, there's not going to be too much space. But as I say that, the Grey Talon comes in and kills that Yamato on the mid lane, just getting in that little sneaky one. This maybe a bit of communication error on Les Watermelons, but still very good one to get back into this for that Grey Talon here. Get a little bit more momentum, try and fix up that soul lead, see where you can go from there, and make sure that you could really put more pressure on them.
Yeah, and that's actually a very, very important kill for that Owl to get early on. Stack up some of that spirit or early onto the GT. Make sure you're getting as much value as possible. And speaking of value, the Yamato goes down yet again. The Shiv Execute is going to pay dividends here, and it looks like they will find the Pocket as well. It should be a pretty much one lane. They do get that whole Guardian earlier as well here, so that opens the Patron Saints now to start roaming and to start finding some more success. They could possibly start to help out their friends over on the right-hand side. This GT and Doorman are struggling a bit, but as I say that, here comes the Paradox. Here comes the Grey Talon trying to find a kill onto this Infernus. The parry goes wide. He has a bit of a shield, but he don't think he can survive for too long. The Grey Talon needs to be careful, though, as they don't have a lot of damage to actually finish off this Infernus. But as I say that, the reload comes in, and the Paradox gets just enough damage to take that kill, and that doesn't happen if the mid lane doesn't fall apart with 4 Los Watermelons, right? So the Watermelons, they kind of fall apart in the mid lane, and just because of that, lose out on the right-hand side now after it was going pretty well. So Patron Saints doing a good job so far at just trying to extend the lead a little bit. As I stated, on the left side of the Patron Saints, getting pushed under their tower. The Bebop gets a kill onto Jinjinja over on the Abrams, and they don't really get much tower damage, but the kill is going to suffice for now.
Well, that's what we were talking about even in the in the drafting stage. The Patron Saints have to get some sort of an early lead there, and being able to use that Great Talon to break that mid lane is so much more important. Now, less Watermelons losing a Guardian, still bad, but the mid walker dictates so much space at the center of the map, so being able to get that bird in there, open up a little bit, and then as we saw, that Paradox came in, supported that lane that needed it so desperately, and allowed the others to roam. And we even have the Doorman, he's not worrying too much about staying in his own lane. He's going to go and roam a little bit himself. Great Talon can handle it, and he's much more of a utility right now. So being able to just go in on another lane, be able to put on some more pressure, and basically be able to CC them out like we see right now. Being able to put on more pressure, keep things very safe, very low committal. Like, obviously you have to commit to having like your ult out and everything, but being able to not have to worry too much about the recompenses of going a bit aggressive with that ult, with that cart, is just so strong for you. You don't need to stay on that lane, you can just have GT farm it, just get very, very fed for him, because he really likes being fed. Being able to get all of those birds all across the map is going to be very strong for them. And we see a 4-stack on the Patron Saints here, trying to push in on less Watermelons, just put on a lot of pressure, a real slobber knocker of a fight, but I'm not sure how well it's going to work out for them after that.
Yeah, the Watermelons lose away the Kelvin over on this left-hand side, and the Patron Saints, they're trying to find a push over onto this Guardian. If they can take this Guardian, they can start to leverage their lead just a little bit more. They end up taking this urn, and they're still looking for this fight, though. This pocket looking incredibly low, get shoulder charge into the wall, and it's going to be going down. The Bebop ultimate was just not in time to save him, as they're going to be able to hold this Guardian is the Watermelons, but they lose control of the urn. They lose a couple kills here and there, and I think they should be able to cash this one in. Even if they do end up holding the Guardian, it's not going to matter too much. The soul lead is starting to just slowly go into the favor of the Patron Saints, and that's exactly what they want for their game plan.
Exactly, less Watermelons. I don't think they're in a bad spot. They're only down by 4k at about 11 minutes. That's negligible, frankly. But if Patron Saints manage to get this urn turn in, that's going to be a lot more. But at the same time, they're not doing terribly. They just need to get some more stuff going, and it seems like they're really trying to push for that walker on the end, get that final one for less Watermelons, get that first flex slot, and then just pull back a little bit. We have the board pressure now. We don't have to worry too much about pushing in. We can just focus on our farm, focus on getting a bit stronger. Less Watermelons is going to have less... I'm sorry. The Patron Saints are going to have less board presence, so we can relax a little bit and then figure out what we're going to do about the soul differential. Hopefully going to get a Spirited next time it spawns, but we have a whole bunch of farms still left on that map. Get that double Sinners, get those small and medium camps, get a bit stronger. Unfortunately for this Yamato, she might not be able to because she's currently escaping the Baroness.
Yamato manages to get out of that hotel alive for now, but is still in a bit of trouble. Pops the ultimate for now, is trying to get a bit of damage onto the Paradox, but that Great Talon is doing so much damage here. Not even that strong or that fed, I would say, but definitely putting out the damage they need to. It's going to be a 2 for 2 at the end of the day here, but taking a look at the objectives, it's pretty much still the Watermelons that have all the Guardians so far. Their own Guardians themselves are incredibly low, so one good fight, and there it is. Canute on the Shiv finds another execute with that maxed out Shiv ult already, so is going to be able to take that Guardian over on the right-hand side. Now the Paradox and the Great Talon are trying to find the Guardian as well, but one more pause to seal the deal here. Apparently the Shiv got a little bug there. Maybe we can check that one out, see what's going on over there. I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. But yeah, it looks like he's stuck in the map. He has to press the unstuck button, hopefully get out of that one, but that's pretty funny.
That's unfortunate, but at the same time, this Shiv is putting in so much work right now. 14k at 13 minutes. Like, even the Infernus that's right there, 12k, still pretty strong, but at the same time, 7 kills on that ship, exactly where you want him, getting so much value out of him. He did get some nerfs recently, namely with Rage no longer proccing off of NPCs. He can only proc it off of characters. So it's a bit worse, but even then, still working out really effectively for him. And I think Les Watermelons is in a really rough position because that pocket is not where you need him to be at all. He is way too underfed. He needs to have some souls in him stat, and I'm really not liking their chances so far. Patron Saints is getting that early lead that they really need. Oh, good lord, that Paradox is going to die in 5 seconds. But they're getting the early lead that they need in order to be able to push through everything that they need to. Their CC heavy comp is going to do so much better for them. Because even though the Doorman, even though he's currently not even 9k, he's having a rough time of it right now, being able to have that hard CC of the Baroness, the eventual hard CC of that cart, is going to do so well for them right now.
Yeah, and a great fight for the Watermelons, though, as a response. Getting that kill is going to open up the map a little bit, but they are still down 9k, and I think, you know, running their comp, I don't think it's that big of a deal that they're down about 8-9k, but it's really mainly about the objectives, right? If they can keep their walkers up for the next 5, 6, 7 minutes, I think they're going to be in a great spot with how much damage and how much great team fighting they actually do have for later in this game. Now, I say that Patron Saints are going to be doing their best to, you know, achieve the opposite of that. Try to get some of these objectives, try to get some more winning fights, maybe get into a mid-ball here. It's all going to depend on if the Patron Saints can, you know, steamroll this game even further into the game, allowing them to get something. We'll see if the Paradox can start this one off with a swap onto the Infernos with the bomb going out. That's a good amount of damage, but with no follow-up, there's not really much going to happen. The Abrams charge onto the pocket is going to be more than enough to get that kill. The Bebop goes down as well on the other side, and that's exactly what the Patron Saints need 30 seconds before the urn to secure as much control on the map as possible.
Very true, and even then, as we saw, the Paradox was tying down that Infernus, and he is the strongest member of that team, so it just gives them so much space to bully the weaker members like that Bebop and that Pocket. So it just gives them so much more opportunity to just push this lead even further. This Urn's going to be up in about 10 seconds, as well as some bridge buffs. We'll see if they posture for them. But I'm not sure. Like, the Patron Saints are just having such a fantastic early game, and Les Watermelons is very much meant to be a later game comp. And I don't know how much better they can really get at this, because, I mean, they're down by so much. The Pocket is in a, frankly, terrible position when it comes to souls and everything else. So what do you really do here, especially if you just have this Kelvin, even in his dome, completely dying outright?
Well, evening up some kills would be a great place to start, so if they can get this great Talon, it'll definitely look a little bit better for them, but no, the Talon manages to get out just barely on the nick of time here. The Yamato was not quite able to grapple onto him as it was on cooldown, and the Patron Saints, as a result, do pick up that urn yet again. Just getting as much of a soul lead as possible is the name of the game right now, but like I said before though, Shoddy, all the walkers are still up for the Watermelons. If they can keep the damage to a minimum on the walkers, they're going to have a place to fall back to, and they're going to be able to extend this game basically as long as they want. And with this urn on their side as well, I mean, it pretty much just locks Patron Saints into a bit of a stalemate until they're able to find another pick. So, I mean, while it looks not great in the soul department, I think, you know, the Pocket being 11k, the Geist being 12k, it gives them a little bit more time to get more souls. And if you look at the souls on the Infernus and the Yamato, they're actually not too bad. So while it looks on the surface the Patron Saints have a bit of an advantage, I think they could turn at basically any moment.
Very true, but what I would like to see is a bit more split pushing here. I mean, Les Watermelons, they want to contest that urn right now. But being able to get 1 or 2 members to push on the opposite side like this Infernus is right now, while we're having this really big team fight, try to get some sort of advantage, but it seems like everybody's just sort of bailing out. We didn't want to really fight too much on that. I mean, there's not really any point to, and as we see the Spirit Urn running away, Patron Saints just got out of that trade really nicely. They're still 13k ahead, and while they are getting a bit of pressure on their walker, I mean, they're having a really fine time right now. Les Watermelons has 2 of their characters dead, and even though Geist is currently taking one of those walkers, very good split push, by the way, they're being able to dominate everywhere else. Yeah, they're losing one aspect of the map, but they're doing so well everywhere else that it doesn't even matter. And it might not matter against the ship when he's as fed as he is.
See if he can turn the tables with all the souls that he has. The bloodletting might be more than enough to get him. The bebop lands absolutely everything. Will it be enough to take him out? The Shiv is healing so much, but it will just barely be enough. No execute on that Shiv. But one thing to note, actually, while you were kind of talking about the map state and how it is overall losing for the Watermelons, we do trade 1-for-1 in Walker, but Vindicta did end up having to, she was trying to protect the urn, but she was not able to do so, and so the Yamato was able to pick that one up and cash it in. So the comeback urn does go through, and the Watermelons do kind of close the soul lead just a little bit. But as I say that, another caster curse comes through. That's 2 picks for the Patron Saints onto the Watermelons. And, still 2 minutes against Urn, so it's not going to be the biggest deal in the world, but, just keeping that soul lead honest and keeping that map control in favor of them is definitely what they want. But overall, the soul lead is definitely close. The Watermelons are kind of back into it, I think.
Very true, and as we see once again, that Vindicta has no deaths, once again putting in so much effort without even having to be that committal. I would say it's rather even right now. There's a 6k lead, but that's fine. 2 walkers on both sides. Shouldn't be that hard for either of them, but it should be much easier for the Patron Saints if they can keep on getting good engages like that. But I think Les Watermelons is definitely not out of this by any stretch with only a 7k lead. Even objectives. There's a lot of farms that the Patron Saints are currently just leaving on the table, and I don't blame them. I mean, you want to be able to force some sort of advantage here, try and put some more pressure on the Walker, keep that lane pushed up. So maybe it's not the highest priority right now, but if they don't get to it at some point, it's going to be really annoying for them. You need to be able to scale, and you're doing it very well so far through kills right now, but if you're getting turned on like this, then you're going to have a much rougher time later on.
For sure. That's Pyro going down there on the Paradox here. I mean, if you're the Patron Saints, like you're kind of saying, you really need to kind of shore up here a little bit. You need to make sure you're a little bit more disciplined with this game. I think they're letting a lot of things go, and they've kind of let their lead dwindle down a little bit more. Yeah, they're up on objective damage just a little bit, but they're even overall on objectives. And now the boss actually getting taken for the Sapphire Flame. The Watermelons trying to do something with this, but it's going to get contested. It's going to be basically an entire 6v6. The dome freezing everything in its place. The Watermelons are trying to buy as much time as possible. Taking out the Abrams means that this crystal is going to be coming down here with a huge fight in the middle. The Bebop Blazer is absolutely shooting everybody on the Patron Saints, and they are all starting to go down. Yeah, the pocket goes down, but it's going to be 3 down for the Patron Saints. Now 4 soon to follow. The Shiv might be next. Is getting so incredibly low, and there he goes. They might have gotten one of the rejuves, but it's not going to matter because it's going to be basically an entire sweep for the Watermelons, who are now back completely into this game.
Honestly, I didn't think it was going to be that good of a mid-call because there was still 5 of them up on the Patron Saints, but Les Watermelons was so... They just capitalized on that so well with that Kelvin Dome. Stall out the fight. Hey, Abrams, I see that you're trying to contest mid-boss. Would you like to die? And then they just kept on pushing that advantage even further. I mean, we have 4 ults currently in the Patron Saints unused. Like, getting that Abrams ult would have been really nice. Being able to swap somebody out of position with Paradox would have been nice. But they couldn't use it effectively because that Kelvin Dome came down so early. And they just forced it through. It didn't even matter. And now they're in a pretty dominant position, especially if they're going to try and make a play for this urn, which the Patron Saints seem pretty content not to contest.
Yeah, I don't think they want to contest this one, especially with 2 soul bursts on the side of the Watermelons here. Pretty rough here. One thing to kind of note about the mid-boss fight that was so incredibly important, I think, was that Kelvin Dome, right? I think the Abrams, he got in really, really early to try to get the CC, to try to get the shoulder charge, but then just got trapped in that Ice Dome and got taken out early, which means that the Patron Saints were kind of lacking a lot of that CC they actually need to win these fights, right? So, well played for that Kelvin just to get that Ice Dome out early and allowing them to kind of extend their lead now into this mid to late game. I think officially now in that mid game for sure. One thing to know, just kind of checking in on the souls here. Look at that Infernus, 27k souls on that Infernus, and like you mentioned, that Infernus later in the game gets very, very tanky and very, very difficult to deal with. While he might not have a lot of the survivability yet, he definitely has a lot of that damage with that burst fire, with that toxic bullets, and a little bit of survivability with the Spirit Lifesteal is definitely going to help a bit. And here we go, the Watermelons now sieging this mid walker. fight might start at any moment, but I have a feeling the Patron Saints are just wait.
Yeah, just play a bit more passive. I mean, if they take this walker, what else can you do about it? They have 2 rejuves. They have a lot of board presence everywhere else. It's going to be really rough for them to try and contest this too effectively. And as we're seeing, they're getting very poor trades. 1 rejuvenator for a dead Shift, and this looks like a dead Abrams being chased by looks like everybody. Good lord. Unfortunately for them, Abrams is going to get out, but they can play a bit more passive on the Patron Saints, because when they finally found the active that they needed, they played a little bit more passive. You know what? We don't have to play too much. We can just play under walker. We get some really nice buffs, some really nice resistances, and now we can finally turn it back on them, get some sort of an advantage. But it may be a little bit too little too late with 3 of them down for Patron Saints. It could be that even though they wait and they've got their good chance to finally get back into this, it's just not the correct time for it.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair to the Patron Saints, they do really only lose 1 walker. It could have been worse, I will say, and they managed to get all the rejuves out and a kill onto Barty there while losing 2 of their own, actually 3 if you count the shivs. So definitely in favor of the watermelons, but that's kind of how mid-boss works these days, right? Is if you get the mid-boss, it is very, very difficult to not have a favor, or a trade rather, in favor of you. I feel like, you know, I think a lot of people kind of complaining about it recently. Maybe it's a little too strong, but we'll have to see. Maybe they'll change the mid-boss again for the 80th time. We'll see if next time it works a bit better, but doing really well for the watermelon, that's for sure. Those 2 mid-bosses, Soul Rebirths rather, going to be paying dividends for them, getting that 1 walker and getting that successful team fight. Now up about, you know, almost 20 souls, about 17k souls overall. The Pocket can be getting away here from the engagement for the Patron Saints, who still definitely have some teeth. They have a lot of damage. They still have that Shiv execute as well. I think that they still have the tools, but I'm a bit worried for them, Shoddy, because the longer this game goes, it's just going to get easier and easier for the watermelons to do anything they want.
Well, as we were saying before the game even started in that draft, the Patron Saints have very strong early game, but not very great late game as a result of less watermelons just having better scaling. And they showed in the beginning, we can do it, we have a slight advantage, but then less watermelons just scaled so much harder, got that mid-boss, and it's just been absolutely awful for them ever since. They're not out of the game by any means, especially with how much CC they have, but they're really having a rough time of it when they're down 20k at 25 minutes. They need to make a play for that earn, and it seems like they might be in a pretty good position to take it. But they need to make something else happen, especially when they currently are down another walker and don't have quite as much team cohesion, I would say. But it seems like it won't be that big of a deal when you kill that Infernus, the leading star on less watermelons, in order to be able to make something happen with that earn.
A bit of complacency there from the watermelons, I think. Just kind of, you know, farming, not really caring about your positioning. There's the Infernus pops in just a second. I mean, not quite remember. Yeah, he's lacking a lot of those big green items later on into the game to, you know, really become that Infernus in this current meta. And with that death, it now allows the Saints to grab that urn and get those, I mean, those souls. So well done to them for just noticing that slight pick and getting those souls back to keep this game somewhat even.
It just continued to be back and forth and back and forth, even with that Infernus having Ricochet to even be able to deal with a lot of team comps. It didn't really matter because he just was so far out of position. And now we also see that a lot of the farm on the board is currently being taken up, and I think that's just good macro overall. Like, hey, we're kind of in a bit of a stalemate right now. We take the Spirit Urn, but there's no big playmakers yet. Everybody's got their ults online. Everybody just... We want to have something happen, but in the meantime, while nothing is quite optimal yet, let's just get some farm, get stronger, make sure that when we finally do engage, what we might be seeing from this Paradox and Abrams, we can just be ready for it and be able to do so much more as opposed to just flailing in blindly and hoping it'll work out. As I say that, we have Bebop and Kelvin posturing on that walker, trying to make something happen, which I think is a pretty good idea. I mean, we have more than half of the Patron Saints currently on the left-hand side, but they're making very good use of it. So less watermelons, you're going to need to push quickly to make something happen if you want to get a little bit of an advantage off of them being so far pushed up on the left side.
Comes the Owl getting mainly just the wave, so nothing too crazy as of yet, but the Patron Saints striking back here, getting yet another pick. They're I mean, they're kind of shutting us up here, Shoddy. They might not be scaling as hard on paper, but in practice, they're getting all the picks that they need. And now a 2-man affliction, oh my goodness, on to the patrons. This might stop them in their tracks, though. They were pushing this walker, but they might not be able to anymore with some of their most important members getting absolutely run down. There goes the Infernus, finally using that immense wealth that he's accumulated over the course of the game just to run down the members of the patron saints here. Doorman getting incredibly low, needs to back away. The Vindicta going down, the Paradox getting incredibly low as well, and with this mid-boss up, this opens up the Watermelons, if they really want to start possibly going for it. I don't know if they quite will, only with one pick on the board, but that is definitely an option if they can, you know, keep these lane states where they want them, which seems to kind of be the issue for them so far, as this great talent is just using bird after bird to keep things pushed.
That's how you do it. And they're going to try and force a mid-fight here, which I don't think is the worst idea. All of the lanes are pushed, but I'm not sure they're going to have the damage to make that go down almost immediately. And as we see, this Doorman is going to try and posture, try and make something happen. With Echo Shard Cart, he's going to have a lot of time, especially if he's going to be setting up some doors to possibly set some people through, so he can get some of those Reju crystals. The new tech for the new character might just be coming in, and it might be the game winner that decides who gets this mid-boss and who loses out in the end.
We will have to see. Could be a game-breaking moment here. The mid-boss goes down. There is not a frozen shelter online, so both teams could be going for something with a great wall charge going in here, but it looks like the punches, everyone's getting treated by the Watermelons, are going to be getting 2 right off the board, but the Patron Saints answer by punching 2 of their own. Already going down, though. No more Soul Rebirths on the board. 2 members going down right away. The Watermelons looks to have the advantage so far. The fight is absolutely chaotic, but it looks like the Watermelons are taking the lead. They're getting the damage, and this is where the scaling comes in clutch. The Patron Saints are getting the members incredibly low, but they just don't have anything to kill them. The Shiv Execute is on the board. He went down a while ago, right? So there's not really anything to take them off the pitch, and all 6 members of the Watermelons managed to survive. No more mid-bosses left. The Soul Rebirths are not online for either team, and it's going to be a 6-0 sweep here. Might not be the end of the game, but the Patron is definitely going down.
Absolutely. Fantastic idea from Les Watermelons. We had a little bit of an advantage. Let's push it. We had much better mid-secure. Have that Kelvin Dome. Have that Yamato. And even though that Doorman had the option of using those tarts, it just didn't work out, especially because the Kelvin popped unstoppable to make sure that he could deny anybody trying to come and punch him. Really good buy. I wasn't expecting it because I didn't see it come in the feed, but at the same time, makes perfect sense. It's a CC heavy comp. Why not get unstoppable? Make it so that way their one defining trait that makes them so annoying is just completely neutered. Very fantastic job from Les Watermelons. I can definitely see the Patron Saints possibly clawing their way back into this, but Les Watermelons has been showing us that even though you have a rough early game, if you have a solid mid and late game, it doesn't matter. Very good stuff from them all around.
Great stuff all around. However, they need to be careful here, as going for that walker, Barty does go down, and at any moment with no rejuice up, this could flip up on its head. If Saints get 2 or even 3 picks, they could just start to push with those incredibly long timers and even up this game. So the Watermelons definitely cannot, take a rest. They have to keep pushing. They have to stay focused here, even 20k up at 30 minutes into this game. It still could be anyone's game for sure. Now, I say that, but the scaling is starting to get a little bit out of control. We're 42k on the Infernus, 35 and 34k on the Yamato, and the Lady Geist. The Pocket only at 27, so it's, mainly just an Affliction bot at this point in the game, but that's probably the most useful spell, I would say, in the game overall, or at least it can have the potential to be the most useful one, so I'll definitely take that over, a poor Yamato or a poor Infernus for sure. So not the biggest deal in the world. And over on the Patron Saints, pretty even across the board in souls, which is not that bad, but I feel like you need someone that can get the damage through, because for the Patron Saints, if they're not getting Shiv Executes, they're not really getting anything. So that's my only worry with them.
Yeah, they need to be able to get that Shiv going. He had such a fantastic early game. He was 7-1 until he got stuck in that church. But then he just kept on dying. There was just way too much going on. As we were saying, the good matchups of the guys in the Yamato, very strong for him, but then having to deal with Infernus and Pocket is just so bad. So it's hard to pick and choose those fights, especially when they're getting stuff like Unstoppable. We have Counterspell on Pocket, and I mean, there's not really much you can do if you're just getting dogged on by your worst matchups in the game right now. Bit of a gutsy pick on that Shiv, but I'm not sure it's really working out in the end, even if it was a really solid early game option.
Yeah, not quite too sure. We had our critiques of that kind of as we were talking about the draft earlier on. But game state right now, 20k lead for the Watermelons, about pretty stable for the last minute or two. But the Abrams, oh my goodness, just absolutely deleting it. That's the power of the Phantom Strike you were talking so much about earlier on. Just one-shotting that pocket. The Affliction is not going to be available now for the next 1 minute. So Watermelons need to be careful here. Luckily for them, the timer is at 33 minutes here, so they don't actually need to do anything for now, but that does allow the Patron Saints to open up this map a little bit, to stall a little bit more time, and to possibly come back into the game. But a great job from this Kelvin to pick up that urn so that the Patron Saints do not get to that, donation of souls after that pick. So while the kill in the pocket's great, it's not really going to be amounting to too much, as I feel like the Watermelons can definitely just hold their lanes for the time being.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad of a pick, especially because you're getting rid of a character, but the issue is that Pocket wasn't really doing too much this match so far. I mean, you still want to make sure that Affliction is down, but when Pocket's not very fed, it's just a rough time overall. And you're making something work out of it. That's really good. You're split pushing on your walkers. You're making sure that you can get a little bit more pressure on them. But it's not over by any means. I mean, especially when the Patron's already been knocked. You can't win a single team fight. I'm sorry, you can't lose a single team fight if you are a Patron Saints. Because if you do, game is over. No questions asked. You're going to be pushed in, there's going to be way too much pressure, and even though you still have one more walker thing from Patron Saints in order to get that last final flex slot, I don't think you really care that much. You're more than willing to just run it down mid if it ever favors you. And we're seeing a brutal fight coming in right now.
Yeah, the fight coming on in the Ice Dome is just doing so much, trapping two members of the Saints underneath it, and they are going to be going down. The Shiv and the Abrams, the two front liners, basically the two most important members, in my opinion, at this point in the game for the Patron Saints going down, which allows the Watermelons to just open up this map completely. They still have a walker as well, so there's not really too much the Patrons are going to be able to do. They just have to wait for their members to come back online, sack as much as they can for the time being, and at least try to keep them honest. A great job from the Vindicta tether just to keep the Watermelons, stalled and at bay. But as this mid-boss is now up, I feel like the Watermelons are just going to go for this mid-boss, 6v4. That's a mid-boss you do not contest, but at the same time, do you really want to allow 4 soul rebirths on the side of a fed Infernus, a fed Yamato, a fed Geist? I mean, that sounds even worse to me.
Well, we have the Doorman who's doing his best to posture here, see what he can do, but he decides it's not worth it. It's way too risky. It didn't work out the first time. We're just going to have to give it to him. And I'm pretty sure this is going to be the end of the game. The Lost Watermelons are just going to be so strong right now. And even though they used up the Yamato to try and guarantee part of that Rejuvenator, I don't think it's going to matter. They just have way too many resources as is. 214,000 from the Patron Saints and 234 from Lost Watermelons. I mean, it's not really going to matter how much the Patron Saints are going to try. 4 rejuves is just going to be way too much for them to deal with. There's nothing they can really do to get back in this game unless they have a fantastic defense of their base. And the good news is that they at least understand that. We're all going to posture in their base, not try to overextend, but we'll see how well it works out, especially because they're such a CC-heavy comp, and they really don't like playing to the other team's tune. They want to be able to do that for themselves, so being on the back foot like this is very bad.
Yeah, one last fight now, though, for the Patron Saints. If they can somehow pull something, a little miracle out of a hat here, they might be able to get something done, but it looks like no, the Watermelons are just going to be steamrolling their way onto this Patron and into this base. That's 3 down for the Patron Saints. They got the Great Talon, the Abrams, and the Vindicta left made to make a miracle, maybe, but no, it looks like the damage is done. There's still 3 soul rebirths left, and even if you take them off the board, there's still way too much damage on that Patron already. The Watermelons are going to be taking game 1.
Fantastic job from Lost Watermelons there. They had a bit of a deficit early game as a result of the CC heavy comp that their opponents had, but then being able to bring it back as well as they did, get that mid-boss get back into this game, change the entire tempo of what was going on. Absolutely fantastic work there. I'm expecting that some adjustments are going to be made. They're probably going to play a little bit more towards like less CC, more of late game scaling. It wasn't a bad idea in the beginning. I think it worked really well, but the issue was that they didn't scale. They lost one good team fight, and then they were on the back foot constantly for the entirety of it. And as we see in these stats here, that Infernus had 52k. He did his job. He was fine with just going off to the side, farming up, becoming an absolute monster, being able to deal with everything that the Amber Hand could deal with. Just very well played from both sides, though. I can easily see the next game going in either team's favor.
Yeah, I think we called it, that Infernus pick. Definitely doing a lot of work there. Definitely really, really like the way that the Watermelons decided to draft this game. You got to think, right? I mean, obviously, we don't know the champion pools, or the hero pools, rather, for all the members of this, either team. However, I feel like, it definitely had to. Both these teams have been playing each other all season. I think the way that the draft worked for the Watermelons is they just took away so many of the heavy hitters in the damage banning that 7, picking all 4 of their carries that they did. I mean, what realistically was left? I mean, maybe you can pick, like, instead of a Great Talent, a Haze or something like that. But even then, like, do they have anyone that can play the Haze effectively? And even if you pick the Haze, is that really the answer into that team? Especially when you have a Yamato that can just kind of run her down. A Geist as well that can swap her. It's hard to really get any kills. So I say definitely well done in the draft. And I think back to the drawing board for the Patron Saints here. But caveat here, I think the Patron Saints showed that they can play really well. They had a really good early game. They, stumbled a little bit in the mid-game. However, I think with a slightly better draft, they could probably pull it through. So at the end of the day, we are going to be taking a little bit of a short break. The players had a bit of a longer game there, so they are going to be taking a second to, reconvene, take a minute or two, rest and relax. We'll be back in just a moment, so don't go anywhere. For Game 2, we will be back shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to this beautiful series that we've been seeing so far. Patron Saints versus the Les Watermelons. However you want to, pronounce that one. I'm George, still yet again joined by Shoddy. And game one, going over to Watermelons. Definitely a very, very close one overall, but I think the draft difference has prevailed. Scaling wins yet again. I'm very curious to see the changes this time around, Shoddy, as we're going to be getting into this draft right now.
Hoping to see... I don't think that Vindicta was that bad that game. I don't think it was that bad, but I still recommend that you ban it early. But they're going with the Holiday, still not bad. Second verse, same as the first. We ban the Holiday and put them in Hearst. We got to get rid of the really easy CT, the really splashable one. She's as annoyingly mobile as ever, so being able to lasso you at the jump pad out is still just the worst thing in the world. You hate to see it, and that's why they're banning it right now. Not a bad first ban at all. Les Watermelons is going to once again ban that Warden. Just repeat from the same last time. We don't want to have to deal with a really annoying team fight all that last stand, so instead we're just going to focus on our own thing. Exact same as last time. Vindicta as well. Still not a bad choice. I don't think that Vindicta was doing anything bad that game. I think they just need to, on the Patron Saint side, just make it a bit more of a coherent comp. I don't think it was bad. It was just CC hell, and the problem was that outside of CC hell, they didn't have anything else. They didn't have any late game carries in the same way. They needed to have a Mirage, needed to have some gun carry. They had good ideas going, but they just couldn't get there, even though they had a really strong early game. We have a Paradox out from Les Watermelons, which I'm liking a decent bit. We've seen Paradox come back to form as of recent, just because you can, even though Holiday is arguably the best CC user, Paradox is not bad by any stretch of the imagination. We also see the Abrams coming in here from Les Watermelons. Interesting choice into the Vindicta, and we have two very quick picks, the Yamato and Infernus from the Patron Saints. Hey, I see what you guys did last game. Can we have that? We're just going to take it now. You can have the Paradox and Abrams, but I mean, Yamato and Infernus was doing pretty good, so we're just going to take that.
I'm so
then
confused.
Les Watermelons. Confused?
I'm confused why Watermelons are doing this, no? Like, they won last game, they looked great, they had the Yamato Infernus first two picks, and they decided to say, you know what? Those pick, even though they carried us last game, they suck. Let's go Paradox Abrams instead, and just give Yamato of Infernus to the Patron Saints, who already have the Vindicta. I mean, I don't like this at all, to be honest.
Welcome to debuff hell. You have Infernus Afterburn and Vindicta Crow. It's going to be a rough time. I also don't like that 7 pick into that comp, because both Infernus and Vindicta really like seeing 7, because Infernus just shoots him from far away, puts on the debuff, and then he has much worse damage. And Vindicta can, snipe the sitting target in the sky. So, good luck. If you make it work, I will be surprised. But it's not the worst pick in the world, but it's just... why into that comp? It doesn't look good at all. I'd much rather that you get a gun carry like Mirage this early, like be able to make something happen there, because I feel like it's much better than getting a 7. But at the same time, 7 was banned, and getting a good team fight ult, getting that good late game potential is going to be pretty solid for you guys. And it seems like Abrams and Paradox, they're not bad, it's just they have a bit of a hard time being piloted, if that makes sense. I don't hate it, but the main issue is that Les Watermelons' lane looks a lot worse right now. Half of what made the Patron Saints comp so dangerous was the early game bleed they were going to get from such strong lanes, and you don't want to give them 7 and Abrams, really. Like, especially with Vindicta being able to shore up Abrams' weaknesses from the last game, and that making a very good lane, Abrams on the ground, Vindicta in the sky. And now you just have Abrams on the ground, but who's going to support him? We see the Doorman banned from Les Watermelons. Less CC, please. We don't want to deal with it any more than we already have.
This looks like, I'm going to be honest, this just looks like a draft if the game went the other way last game. Like, if in game 1 went the other way, where the Patron Saints won, then it would make sense to me that the Watermelons would play like this. They're like, okay, the Paradox was an issue, the Abrams was an issue, the Doorman was an issue, let's ban all those and do this and that. it looks like they just got really annoyed playing that last game, and so they wanted it to be less annoying this time around, even though they won and even though they had a pretty good formula in my opinion. So I don't know if I quite agree with what's going on here, but we'll have to see where it goes. Obviously, I think they have a bit, I still think the Watermelons have a decent draft overall, right? I think they have that Paradox and that Abrams, that pick potential. They have that team fight with that Geist and that 7 as well. So it's not a bad comp by any means. But that Yamato and Furnace, I mean, you just had a 58k damage in Furnace game who had over 50k stalls, and it just seems weird to give them up. But we'll see. Maybe they know something we don't. So we'll see and give the benefit of the doubt here. They have a plan. We'll stick to the end here as the Lash now gets taken up here by the Saints. And they still have one more pick, so I'm curious to see what they're going to go with. But they already have plenty of damage. I mean, I could see them just kind of rounding out the top, maybe with some frontline, maybe the Shiv, like we saw last game, maybe a Mo and Krill, something along those lines. A Victor.
I'm not liking this Watermelons draft, especially into this. That Lash, one of the big benefits of 7 is, hey, I gotta have this team fight ult where I can basically run to the bathroom, everybody else is doing everything else. I can just work on autopilot, it's fine. And Lash makes that so much worse. And even though you have the Paradox swaps that we can send them out of the air, you have a very ground-based comp. Geist, Abrams, and Paradox to an extent, but Geist and Abrams, they are on the ground. They're not very floaty. They're not like Pocket or Lash for that matter. So getting a Lash here is just really strong, really shores up their team composition, especially for those team fights late game. They didn't have a bad one before, but they have a fantastic one now, especially if you have such heavy hitters like the Infernus Flame Trail and the Shiv Slice and Dice. I'm liking where Patron Saints is coming in this draft. Unless Les Watermelons can get some absolutely banger picks these last two, I don't like their chances so far.
We're starting off with, small banger here on the Haze. Definitely not an uncommon pick nowadays. It used to be kind of like, Haze got picked, but I mean, I wouldn't say so anymore for sure. But there's something that's interesting. The Page coming in through. They were lacking a support, so that definitely fits the bill there. And the Haze getting that kind of M1 carry potential here. I mean, the Watermelons comp's pretty good. They have a pretty stable comp. They're very survivable. It's hard to really kill most of them, especially in a group. So, they have pick potential, they have that damage, they have everything they need. It's fairly well-rounded, so I'm curious to see what the Patron Saints do, but at the same time, it's like, is that really enough support? Is that really enough survivability to defend a Yamato and an Infernus and a Shiv sprinting at you full speed with a Lash ult and a Vindicta kind of hovering in the sky waiting to do something? Not quite sure, but I think it definitely could go either way here. One thing I'm a little bit scared of here for the Patron Saint, or rather for the Watermelons, is if the Patron Saints pick something like Mo and Krill, or like Holiday's banned, so you can't pick the Holiday, but just something to run a bit more interference. Yeah, any hard CC, basically. I'm a little bit scared for them. I feel like they won't be able to actually put out enough damage to kill them.
I don't really like the Page here. Great Talon. So I understand that Great Talon's a weird pick, but he had 40k damage last game.
Yeah,
and he was
that's
getting
true.
some good owls, and I don't think he was that bad. The Page
definitely not.
pick, I don't feel great about, especially into that Shiv. Page's main benefit is that you get to put on barrier, give a whole bunch of temp HP, and then you get some nice CC options like the Immobilize on her 3, and then the Knights, which are global. But I feel like you would have preferred having, say, like a Viscus or something instead, especially because of how many debuffs there are. You max the cube, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. And Page is much more about making it gives you a lot more bulk with those barriers and staying back. You need to have good front line. And it just feels weird but you already have Geist and Abrams. You already have plenty of bulk. Maybe the idea is that you have Page, Hover, Haze 7, Paradox, so that the much squishier teammates, they don't die as quickly, get some more value out of them. But I'm hesitant to say that this is a good Page pick. We'll see. I could be wrong. I just feel that out of all the new characters that were added, Page is just so hard to pilot that I'm surprised that they're picking her at all, if I'm being honest.
Hey, I'm not complaining. I like to see the new characters. I like to see how these players will pilot them. Especially, this definitely is higher-ish elo for sure in the grand scheme of things. Not the top teams by any means, but definitely some decent players here. And I think more than good enough skill-wise to show us the potential of these new characters. Last game, or last series rather, didn't quite get to see it as much. The new characters, not quite the best win rates so far, especially that Paige and that Victor. But this time around, let's see if the Paige can do a bit better as the players now are entering the lobbies. Breaks are all done. Everyone is ready to go. Watermelon's up 1-0. If they take this win, they advance to the semifinals and will play the rank 1 seed. Let me make sure I got all that correctly. Yep, they're going to be playing the Groglodites tomorrow if they do win, or the Patron Saints. If they can win this game, we are going to be going to a game 3. Keep the action going for the rest of the day. I'm excited for this one. Shadi, you got any predictions for this?
I'm kind of surprised because now that we look at the Patron Saints, outside of Vindicta Stake and Lash Ult, they don't have any CC, which you can make it work, but with less Watermelons, they have Page Ult, Page Immobilize, Haze Sleep Dagger, 7 Stun, Abrams Shoulder Charge, and Paradox Swap. It's much...
a lot.
Like, you still have the CC there, but I think I like that comp a lot more, surprisingly, just because it still has the endgame potential. You have 7 and Haze in order to be able to do really good late game stuff, as well as Abrams, but you still have some good early game pressure with that Lady Geist and the Paradox. Page, bit of a wild card, but we'll see how that goes. But at the same time, like, I think I like their draft a lot more than the Patron Saints, honestly. Even though Infernus was absolutely tearing it up last game, and he's going to have a fantastic game into that 7 that we see, as well as that Abrams, I'm not sure he'll be able to do as much. Maybe he will. The main concern is that what makes Infernus so strong is being able to hit so many people with that debuff. But Les Watermelons has some surprisingly small characters, like Page, Haze, Paradox, are a bit hard to hit, frankly. And obviously Lady Guy 7 and Abrams are good. But the Infernus I don't like anywhere near as much as the last game, because if that was Infernus into Shiv as well as Vindicta, like, it was... I think it's just a much better matchup as a result of not being too restrictive, I guess. Like, I'm kind of wandering here, but the Infernus only feels alright into that comp. It doesn't feel fantastic. So I'm not sure if he'll be able to really make it work, but at the same time, there is a Vindicta and a Yamato, and they are probably the 2 best heroes in comp right now, so it could be that it may not matter too much they don't have much CC, they will just be able to muscle through the rest of the game, so we'll see how it goes from there.
Will the stake prevail, or will the slightly easier, in my opinion, ease of execution on the team for Watermelons? That team comp definitely... I think I'd rather play the team comp of Watermelons than the Patron Saints here in a competitive game. In a solo queue game, honestly, looking at the Patron Saints, that looks pretty scary just because there's not as much cohesion, but this is team play. Everyone is talking to each other. I guess you can do that in solo queue as well, but you might not want to talk to a lot of your teammates, especially in some of these games for sure. But, well, it's like you said, it really just depends on a lot of these big moments. I think the Lash, honestly, if you are going to have any CC, I think that is the one character that could just make such a huge impact and has the opportunity to make these big plays with that Death Slam, right? So that's the one character you want to keep an eye on for sure for me in some of these fights. Other than that, keep an eye on those Vindicta tethers, how well the Infernus and the Yamato are scaling, and on the other end, can they stay stable? Can the Watermelons hold together? They have a bit of a little Death Ball comp with the Haze kind of running off and doing her own thing on the side. So let's see what can happen, as hopefully the players will be ready momentarily here, taking their sweet time. And if we're, following the formula of the previous games, we'll probably get a pause too, right as we get started anyway. So we got plenty more time to yap about these comps anyway.
I think Watermelons has a lot of onus on the Haze and the Paradox. That Lash ult can do so much, but getting swapped out of position and silenced basically means that Lash is dead. He should not survive if he gets swapped into the silence wall. And Haze Dagger being able to shut down his entire ult is pretty devastating. So I feel like there's a lot of onus on their CC characters to be able to be in the correct position to get such high value targets to stop doing what they're doing. Yamato honestly might just run over the entirety of the game. I don't know what you do against her with your less Watermelons. Your CC doesn't matter. She just bursts you down forever, and she's got fantastic movement and doesn't die because of the resist. So if you manage to somehow, some way get an early lead against that Yamato, make her suffer, make her pay, then you're going to be in a pretty good spot going forward. We'll see how well that'll go because you have both Vindicta as well as Great Talon to snipe you guys if you try to even get close to Yamato. She will not be alone in any of those team fights, and perhaps Lash is going to come in from the top rope and just absolutely decimate everybody below him, but I feel this is a bit of a toss-up, honestly. I can't put it into any one side. Patron Saints, I think, have stronger heroes on the whole, but less Watermelons, I would say, have a more coherent game plan.
I agree, 100%. As a Yamato player myself, one thing that I'm definitely looking at, maybe a bit of insight here, that tends to be annoying for me, especially, later into the game or kind of towards the mid game. If this Paradox decides to go for Curse and then maxing that wall first, which, Paradoxes tend to do in competitive play, as well as, Sleep Dagger, stuff like that, Abrams Charge, it actually is really hard to press ult sometimes in these fights. Unless you ult really early, if you try to go in and get any type of damage through before you press that ult, at any moment you could just get 100 to 0 through CC because of Paradox Swap with the Silence, plus the Curse, plus a Shoulder Charge. You might just die. So the Yamato is very, very strong if she can get the ult off, if she can get the space and time to, actually get the damage through. It might actually not be as easy as it sounds. So I'm curious to see what will happen as we get into the game. But here we go. Lanes are starting. Let's talk about some of these matchups.
What is that mid lane from Less Watermelons? Why are you running Haze Page? Why? That's
I mean, you got the shield and with the damage.
Great Talent. They don't know that when they're starting in, but it's so squishy. They are going to die in 1, maybe 2 hits if they get unlucky. I would have much preferred having somebody else paired up with Page, like say Abrams or Geist, with the main reason being that you just make them poke so effectively. So I'm kind of surprised that you're doing that with the Haze. If you have to be on the ball constantly. If you mess up a little bit on that Haze Page combo, you are going to lose that lane so early, especially against that Yamato. With that being said, I'm hoping the game plan is we throw Sleep Daggers at them, we sleep them, and in order to make the Sleep Daggers even safer for us to poke with, we throw on the Page Barrier. That's how we do it. That's the hope. I have no idea if that's going to actually happen. Especially if Page is going to fall in a hole like that.
The game plan. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the game plan. The one thing I will say, before we continue talking just about it, just because, I have seen this main lane before, and it was actually slightly more annoying than you'd think, only because of the damage increase you get when you have that shield on. So if the Haze kind of takes the brunt of it, plus a Guardian Ward, plus the shield, the stand and fight that the Page gives, the Haze actually does a lot of damage with the gun, so I will say that.
Yeah, well, the other lanes I like a lot more. Middle lane I don't like too much, mainly because they're both very squishy, so after lane you have to have one of them leave, assumedly, in order to gank effectively. Otherwise you just won the lane and then weren't able to capitalize on it at all, so a bit weird there. But with that being said, I like the other lanes a bit more. We have Paradox Geist on the right-hand side versus Infernus Lash. I'm much liking the Geist and Paradox here. I can definitely see Lash and Infernus winning if they get a nice solid push every once in a while. But it's just a lot rougher for them because they don't have as easily done poke options. Can't speak, I'm sorry. But Geist and Paradox can shoot you from far away with a kinetic carbine or that bomb, so it's going to be really hard for them to engage. With that being said, though, Lash can still put on massive amounts of damage on the side lane if you're hitting them from that building. It does, I want to say 200 to 300 in a single thing, and then you can also immediately back afterwards, so we can do that pretty safely as a poke option, but that only depends on whether or not they're actually going for it. On the other side, we have Abrams 7 versus Shiv Vindicta, which very similar to last game where we had Abrams Vindicta. Shiv and Vindicta, they work out very well with one another as a result of, hey, Shiv works well very close up, Vindicta doesn't, and Vindicta works very well from far away, and Shiv doesn't. So we just pair them up together, and it makes it really nicely. In addition to the fact that they're just up against Abrams and Seven, who are kind of bad laners overall. Seven got some nerfs pretty recently, and Abrams, he's not awful, but ever since they nerfed his shoulder charge, even though he has 2 points in it right now, It's just much rougher early game. And when you're dealing with both Shiv and Vindicta, who can just apply dots so liberally to you, it's going to be a really rough time. Especially for that 7 with his hitbox as big as it is. He's going to die so fast if he does not play very careful. But it seems like he's been doing that pretty well so far.
Yep, everything pretty stable so far, as we're seeing. Just some poking back and forth. Nothing crazy overall. A little bit of fighting on that middle lane. Hayes and the Yamato both taking some health bar trades here, but to be honest, the more trades we're seeing, I'm going to actually favor the Watermelons in that lane a little bit more, especially you have that Page as that support. So I think being aggressive is definitely not a bad idea for this Hayes to do. The Infernus doing what Infernus does best, clearing that wave absolutely immediately on that right-hand side. The Geist actually walking up here, trying to get some poke. Gets the swap onto the Lash. Very, very good swap. Gets the health bar exchange there to keep them in the lane, keep them healthy. And a great job as these buffs are starting. That might give you a bit of an edge. Page has to run away as there's a little bit of too many Patron Saints on that buff. But the Abrams walking in as well, trying to contest it. I'm not quite sure yet, again, who gets the buffs. It's hard to really tell who gets them, but at the end of the day, the Yamato does go down. The Watermelons do end up with 3k up, and it looks like a couple buffs in their favor. But as I say that, that's 2 kills going back over to the Saints, and they even things back up, so we're back to neutral.
It's getting pretty aggressive so far, but as I was saying, that Yamato just died to that Haze, and being able to get that Haze online early and keep that Yamato off for a while is going to be very valuable for less Watermelons. And all these things seem relatively even. Nobody's getting an express really large advantage. We didn't even see the first blood until 5 minutes in. So we may see some progress here after all the power spikes have been gotten, but it seems like both teams are content just play their games, not play too aggressive, understand that, hey, we have some weak lanes, we have some strong lanes. Let's just play them to our benefit, not try to overextend, make messy mistakes early. Let's just play our game as we need to and want to play it. Just play it slow. Don't worry about getting too much into it unless you find a really good opportunity like the one we're seeing right here.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage over on that left-hand side, but yet again, back towards the 7 and the Vindicta here. Oh my goodness, the 7 just pops the ultimate. The Vindicta goes down. The Shiv has to run away. I mean, they set up the health bars, as we were talking about it, a great trade for the Abrams and the 7, and they're going to get, rewarded for it. They get the complete punish onto the Patron Saints left side there, take the entire Guardian, get a kill for themselves as well, and now they're opening up the map. 7's basically going to have the opportunity now to just get completely solo soul on that left-hand side, but hold on a second, the Abrams is still fighting. The 7 coming back in to try to get a little bit more pressure. This could go either way, but no, the Abrams maybe takes a little bit too much damage early on, and the Patron Saints, they get a kill back. But if you take a look at the objectives, I mean, they lost their whole Guardian, and they have absolutely 0 damage onto, the respective one over on the Watermelon side. So that's just well done for the Water to get that early lead.
Very true. I thought they were not going to win that lane. I thought that was going to be a dedicated lose lane for less Watermelons, but they played it so patient, and I really like the effort there with the 7 ult. Listen, I don't need to aim in it, and if you're as far pushed up as is, I just need that one little opportunity to make you go boom, and they took that opportunity just as they needed them to. Really good stuff. I didn't think they were going to win it, and then also, it matters, but it doesn't matter too much. The main issue is that they're not going to go and roam. They're very slow characters. You want them to stay there. And as I'm talking, that Infernus is once again putting in so much work, barely holding on there. It's just, you have to be able to find a gank somewhere from Patron Saints when you're this far down, and losing that 1v1 is going to hurt even more. Now, in fairness, only 8 minutes. You still have plenty of time to really get back into this game, not worry about what's going on. But at the same time, it's a bit of a rough spot.
Yeah, the Guardian down does not feel good, but, looking at the souls, it's still even. So, yeah, at the end of the day, not the biggest deal in the world as long as they can find a lead somewhere on the map, and that might just be right here. The Watermelons are all bound up, they're all snared, and they're all going to get executed here. First off, it will be the Abrams, the Shiv. though, still has a little bit of room to play here as the fight still goes on. The Haze now is next to follow, and the Watermelons are all going down. The Page as well goes down, and that is just not the fight you're looking for if you are the Watermelons, who are now going to swing the soul lead back in the Patron Saints' favor, who we'll see if they can get a Guardian off of this, because that's what's going to mean the most. But it looks like the Death Timers are just too short, and Patron Saints might just get punched for this as the Infernus now goes down, and the Watermelons take advantage of this fight and start to get a kill in the other direction. When I say that, the Patron Saints do even it up 1-1, but there's still no objectives taken. That's kind of the most important part here.
Yeah, the issue was that even though they won that fight, both Shiv and Vindicta had to go back and clear the wave on their lane, giving Seven so much more time to just get absolutely juiced. Currently at 8k, he is going to be doing so much very soon, just going to be able to soak that wave, be able to put in so much effort. And as we see this Vindicta try to take on this Abrams, like, you just don't have enough damage yet. You don't have to be taking fights. Like, obviously you want to punish them for invading, but there's not enough to do there, and the issue is now, as we look on the board, they're losing that Guardian, the Walker. They're losing some space there, and Seven's going to try and commit a little bit more. Even though they're getting that bridge buff, who cares? We're going to get some more important things. Macro damage on that Walker. It's not much, but being able to also, as a nice little treat, have a bit more creeps, I'm more than willing to take that if I'm that Seven.
100%. You know, we talked about it a little bit earlier, just the fact they won that lane so early means that the Seven can just rack up such a huge lead here, extending into the game. And a huge ultimate from the Lash, just slam right into the Eagle there. The Owl Rat from the Grey Talon just finishes off one of the kills. That's such a good play for the Patron Saints, who get 2 more kills down for them. And surely that's going to be more than enough to take some damage, or at least an entire Guardian here, as the Yamato goes down as well now for Patron Saints. The Watermelons do get one in return, but let's see if they can get something out of it. The Patron Saints are pushing every single lane. They take out the Seven, which is absolutely huge. They're now going to have more than enough space to this left side Guardian. The right side Guardian got incredibly low from the last split push. This is exactly what you want if you are the Patron Saints to get back into this game.
Absolutely. They were never out of it, but being able to force this lead as much as they are is just great for them. Less Watermelons are a bit on the back foot, mainly in souls, but they still have a good amount of objectives left. But if the Patron Saints can get the tempo back, rest from a little bit of their deaths here, and try to get that Spirit Urn, they're going to be in a pretty good spot. With that being said, though, you see the Bird coming in on this Urn delivery, trying to make some amount of space for it. But is it too little too late? Like, there's just... In the early game, the Urn is very good to get because it gets a bit of the soul advantage, but it just takes so long to get there. And there was already a team fight going on that you weren't exactly winning from the Patron Saints as is. I may be corrected in just a second, though. But it just takes so long, gives them so much space to really be able to do something with it. So when you finally get there, there's everybody there, so it makes you much rougher, especially if you're trying to split push at other lanes. All of your resources are on that Spirit Urn currently, so you have to make sure you win it, and if you don't, it's going to be an absolute blowout of a play.
See, the Urn comes in through here, gets capped. The Saints lose to the Watermelons, trying to get a little bit more out of this. It looks like they are just going to set up to push this Guardian, but so far, still, you know, even though the soul lead is about even, the Watermelons are still at that objective lead, which is so incredibly important early on in this game. Just opening up the map, allowing these plays to happen is the name of the game here. The Seven just farming up absolutely everything on his side, taking that tier 3, shoving that wave, doing everything they need to do. Their job will be later on, but right now it is the Abrams, it's the Paradox, it's the early game characters for the Watermelons to do exactly what they need to do, taking out Pyro, taking out Julian. That Lash and that Infernus already gone. That should open up more than enough time, more than enough space for them to take this last Guardian for the Patron Saints here, who just cannot find a good team fight for them.
I think they're just having a bit of a rough time, because even though they got that Spirit Urn, they died as a result of it, and they just haven't been able to arrest back momentum. They're losing so much so quickly. Once again, that Yamato is just not doing her job as of yet. She's so low, and almost every single time that she's ulted, she's died almost immediately afterwards. You need her to scale the late game, and maybe the Shiv can do something to really support support it. He's just having such a rough time as that Yamato. And even, what can you do? You just keep on getting dived so well by that Abrams CC so early of shoulder charge. You're unable to do so much, and that's going to mean a lot of benefits later on in the game, even if the Patron Saints currently have a 5k lead.
5k, now 6k lead. Patron Saints who take out that Guardian. They turn the tables a little bit after, you know, a little bit of caster curse there. They decide to prove me wrong. More than happy about that. Love close games here as it's about a 5k lead for the Patron Saints, and they are the ones that actually take all of the Guardians first. More Guardian left for the Watermelons to take, but it is very low, so one small little push should be more than enough. Thing to look at is, you know, besides the soul lead, how are these teammates going to actually do this fight? What members are a part of these fights? And right now, Abrams, a key member for the Watermelons, 14k, showing why he's so strong, taking out yet another member of the Patron Saints. Getting chased, though, needs to be careful. The Owl goes underground, but I don't know if it's going to get exactly what it wants here. Paradox Swap is going to buy the Abrams a little bit more time, but it's not enough. The Paradox now needs to be careful all by themselves in enemy territory, needs to run away, but should be getting out just fine. It's just going to be a 1-for-1 as the buffs and Urn come back up here, so it's going to be 1-for-1, I believe, here. But no, it actually looks like the Patron Saints are going to be getting both buffs, and Urn should be in control of them as well. But be careful on that right-hand side. The Infernus is going in. Geist needs to be careful with that page. They are going to be backing up for now, but Patron Saints can gauge there at any moment.
Absolutely, but Watermelons are far from out of this. Only 3k differential right now, and we saw them in a much worse spot in the first game, and they brought that back to such perfection. And it seems like they're going to be in an even rougher spot going forward, so hopefully they can find that second win that they really need to get things back into this. I will say, though, the Abrams is going very well for them so far. It's been showing why you wanted to pick him so early. You saw him absolutely delete some people, just get behind them a little bit, charge forward, absolutely annihilate them. And that's been the main reason that the Yamato has been having such a rough time. Twice now that Yamato has ulted it, twice that Abrams has won that 1v1, but able to kill her, make sure that she can't get too farmed up. And as we see the Shiv at 17k, matching that 7, I'm thinking that that 7 is going to be so important going into this mid game. It's going to do so much damage, especially if you have Surge of Power on your gun, on your 3, be able to have it arc to everybody else. And even if you don't go into the ult build immediately, you can just get Lightning Scroll near the end of the game, call it a day, and you'll still be absolutely fine, all things considered. That melee Abrams is an interesting choice. I don't think it's bad, mind you. It's just, instead of going gun or, say, a spirit heavy build, you're going melee. It's a good idea. I like it, especially because you maxed out the shoulder charge. I can't speak sometimes. My apologies to yours. But being able to get such heavy burst damage off of that shoulder charge really opens up the enemy team, means they're going to have a much rougher time trying to recoil back from how much damage that you're really doing, especially if you're going to be adding in that 7 as a really dangerous ult option later on in the game. Fleetfoot and Surge of Power, he is going to be absolutely dashing around this map, and it seems like he's aiming for a full Stormcloud next. More than likely, he's trying to get really good teamfight ults. That seems like what Plus Watermelons really needs right now. They're not in a bad spot by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just kind of surprised about their page right now, but I mean, she seems to be doing pretty all right, even if she has 4 deaths. The hope is that she's going to be doing much better going forward, but it's definitely anybody's game right now.
Yeah, one thing to note as well is during pretty much all these team fights, the 7 has been absent, right? The 7, you know, found maybe a pick or two. I think just found the pick onto that great talent right before the pause there. But the 7, you know, pretty much just been farming and doing his own thing. And I think once the 7 ult starts to make his way into these team fights, it's going to be a lot harder for the Patron Saints to get as much as they actually have been getting in these fights. And we'll see if the first time we see that is right now. As this Urn fight is approaching, the 7 is nearby. The Haze is the one in the wings, so we might be seeing a Stormcloud here as the 7 coming in on top of the Urn. Needs to be careful. He is by himself, though, as this Yamato looking for some poke, but it looks like the Watermelons realize they do not have the members. They do not have what it takes to stop that Urn turn-in. Just going to give it for now. Trade the Guardian on the other side. You know, give and take. Sacrifice a little bit of souls just so you can secure that flex slot. Definitely not a bad idea. Get a little bit more time for the 7 to scale. Definitely not, you know, too big of a deal overall.
As we see on this page, she has a knockdown for those two flyers in the back, but I do think that was a very smart play. Les Watermelons was like, you know what? There's 5 of them there, there's 3 of us there. Let's just split push something, get a little bit of value on it. We don't have to force the fight, especially when we're down as low as we are. We can just play a little bit more patient and try and get picks like this one on this Shiv.
Shiv going a little bit low here, but it is a Shiv at the end of the day. That bloodletting going to keep him alive for a very long time, but it's actually the Paradox that's going to be going down. 7 tried to come in and finish the kill, but now he's going to be going down as well. A little bit of overextension from the Melons seems to be their downfall here as the Patron Saints find 2 more kills, and now 7 minutes into this game here, they might look for even more as the focus is going onto the Haze here, but that's so much damage from this Haze going on to the Infernus, and now the focus is onto this Vindicta, who all she can do is run away, trying to escape as quickly as possible. The Haze might have found pretty much all she's going to get here. Getting a bit of a trade back is definitely a good thing here for the Watermelons, who are just trying to keep this game as even as possible, and with 2 minutes until the next turn, I mean, at the end of the day, not much is going to happen as all the Walkers are still up, all the Guardians are still down, kind of just some trading back and forth.
I'm gonna be honest, I was doubting that Page-Haze combination, and then that Infernus was there one moment and not there the next. You got immobilized and then instantly deleted. Okay. Wasn't expecting that one. I probably should have, honestly, but it makes sense.
Gross.
Haze has a pretty good mid-game, so the idea is, hey, Page can also support this, make her less squishy aspects much more playable around, so we'll just get some advantages there, get some picks, and just keep on going.
I really like this Paradox Abrams combo as well. You know, maybe last play they bit off a little bit more they could chew underneath the Walker there onto the Shiv, but they've been roaming together consistently the whole game and trying to find that swap into shoulder charge combo. It's just such a guaranteed, you know, little CC combo that you can give. So I definitely like how they've been roaming around there. A little bit of unfortunate, you know, pick going there onto the Haze, who had a fairly big bag. I think that was at least 800. That was a pretty fat one. So definitely a good one for the Saints to get a bit more damage and a bit more money done over on the side of, I think the Yamato is ended up picking that one up. Definitely where you want those souls to be. Into a fight right now against that Page on to that right-hand side, who is solo defending this Guardian. Oh, the Power Slash just misses. It allows this Page to be a little bit healthy on this defense, and it's kind of the strength of Page, right? Is that you have a pretty safe defense to clear some of these waves. Here comes the Owl, not going to matter too much, just a bit of damage, but the Haze is here, the Paradox is here, I believe the Abrams is here as well. They have the member now to defend this Walker, and they get the bag back. And maybe it's not quite the bag it once was, but the Yamato goes down. The Haze kind of gets her get back and the revenge onto the Yamato there. And with the buffs coming up, that's exactly what you want to see. But no, just an answer back. The back and forth from these teams is absolutely insane. The Shiv execute onto this Paradox allows them a little bit more space. And now the Patron Saints are going to have more than enough space to try and secure this buff. I say that, but they're still fighting. The Death Slam comes on through. The 7 goes down early. The Patron Saints is exactly the fight that you want at this point in the game. The Watermelons need to run away. They need back up and stop biting off more they can chew. The Haze and the Abrams still getting chased by this Lash, but I think they should be able to get out all right, and everything kind of goes back to neutral. But man, the Patron Saints, they might be small, but they're getting the lead in pretty much all these fights.
Yeah, the Watermelons, they are staying with it. They are losing a lot of these fights, if I'm being honest, but they keep clawing themselves back into it. They have a lot of their farm cleared, they have good map presence. It's definitely not over, but Patron Saints is still giving a very strong showing. They just haven't been able to get that one truly definitive, we finally got something, you know? Like, you get mid, get a Walker, they still haven't gotten to that point yet. It's so close right now. And as we see right here, this Shiv is going to try to shore up the gap, but I'm not sure if he can.
Not sure if he can. The stun does get cleansed by the Devoke Remover, but is that going to be enough? It might just be, as the 7 is still chasing, but the Shiv, no, cannot get out. And the 7 gets another kill for themselves at 23k now. The 7 and the Haze both are scaling very, very nicely. That's the one thing the Watermelons do kind of have going for them right now, even though they are losing a lot of these fights. pushing up now onto this left side walker are the Patron Saints, but they need to be careful as the 7 is a little bit fed. The auto going down so incredibly low. We can't see the fight, but no, it's actually going to be going down. In response, 7 does end up going down as well. The Infernus now will probably fall here as well. The Abrams and the Paradox are not going to let that one slide. So overall, the Watermelons do take a slight trade there, 4-2. And it looks like they're going to be getting a bit of this map pressure. No urn, though, no buffs, so not too much going to be happening on the objective side of this. Souls do swing back in the favor of the Watermelons with that fight. And as the item being bought here, we can start taking a look at that. I do believe I just saw Spellbreaker on that Haze and Infuser on that 7 here. So a lot of survivability for the carries for less Watermelons. So that might mean that these fights are going to be a little bit easier.
I have an omen for you.
It also helps that they're still decently aggressive. Haze doesn't need to have a lot of survivability, but being able to blank, say, a Power Slash, a Lash Slam, a Great Talon Arrow, that helps out so much, especially with the debuff reduction. It also helps out with Vindicta, as well as Infernus. And sometimes Shiv, it depends on how often he's going to be hitting you with those knives. But it's a good buy overall, and even with getting Infuser on 7, you still get a massive power spike with that one, being able to functionally not die for a couple of seconds if there's enough people in the area, as well as giving you some bonus spirit all the same. So, pretty good stuff overall. I'm thinking that less Watermelons, they're going to have a much better endgame here. I don't think that the Patron Saints have been doing poorly so far, but that 7 is looking absolutely primed to go crazy, especially with that Haze. And although I was doubtful of that Page pick earlier, only at 18k, she is still putting in a good amount of effort. But it's also that everybody else on her team wants a lot of farm, and even though she can do it very fine herself, she has no real need for it. We're fine to just let everybody else start steamrolling over, just have Page sit in the back, give us barriers, and just let us do our thing. If I'm being honest, though, I'm more expecting that this 7 is going to get Mystic Slow into Light Control soon.
Yeah, and that's kind of beauty of the Page, right? It's a low economy character, and I think that's very, very important when you're picking these heavy carries like that Haze, like that 7, that Geist, you know, all these heavy hitters. Let them do the work for you. All you really need to do is facilitate them doing well, and we're seeing the healing come through yet again from this Page. It's just such a strong character in my opinion, and I'm excited to see it kind of develop into the meta even more. But taking back at a look into this game, it's starting to really open up. The Watermelons have taken 2 walkers, working on that middle one now, but I doubt they're going to be taking it anytime soon here, as they do kind of, you know, run out of their tempo is about over here. They're keeping the wave shoved, but Patron Saints have more than enough defense to keep them at bay for now. But one thing to note here is I think the comp is really starting to get underway here. The 7 ult is going to be protected by this Paradox, by this Sleep Dagger on this Haze. They don't really have a lot of counter for it. And the fact that this Haze is also just 31k, if you lose sight of her for just any second now, one little false step, and you could just get absolutely deleted. We saw the pressure that the Haze can put out, especially with the barrier from that Page, and now the Page gets the refresher as well. 2 ults going into the background as well. I mean, I'm liking Watermelon's chances more and more as this game's getting on.
I really am, too. I think even though they had quite a few stumbles in the early game, I think what's really showing is that they have such good synergy in the late game as soon as they get any inch. Oh my god, Shiv! I didn't expect it to go that far. Or, sorry. As I was saying, I think Less Watermelons has such good macro. They can understand what they need to do later on, and this 7 is so farmed up. It doesn't even matter that there's 3 people on him.
Oh my
He's
god.
still surviving, still doing
Infuser,
so well. Being able to take all of that damage and not even die for it, even though he had 3 people on him, barely had 100 to 200 HP, did not matter. That their plan is just being executed so well. And even though they're giving up Urn here, they don't really have the space to kind of contest it. Let's just go and do mid-boss instead. We have so much more space, we have a much better team fight. 7, even though he doesn't have ult, he's still fed as all can be. And I'm not sure that Patrons are going to be able to contest this very well.
They're trying, though, and there goes the Yamato ult, and they are going to try to pick up anything. That's a great lash ult to try to get the fight started, but the Soul Rebirths have already been taken by less Watermelons, and they're already getting 3 kills. Everything has been used on the side of the Patron Saints, and it was not enough. The Watermelons, they did not care about the Soul Urn. They cared about the Soul Rebirth, and they don't even have to use it yet. Still 3 on the board. That should be more than enough time for them to push this mid-walker down and start to push into the base to end this game.
Could have sworn I saw a refresher on that page as well.
Yep.
Being able to get that usable stun, being able to get 2 of them out, make that mid-fight absolutely awful. A bit more of like Dynamo ult, sort of, but it was much less committal. You can still do a whole bunch of other stuff while on the map. Very good usage of that ult to make that team fight as good as it was for less Watermelons. And honestly, I'm not sure how much they can completely stop at this point. Their 7's fed, the Haze is fed, they have all of the objectives that they need, and you still haven't taken any of their walkers yet. It's just really solid play from less Watermelons. All they needed was that one opportunity where they have a bit of a rough early game, but their mid and late game is just so oppressive, as was in the first game.
Their synergy is just so good, and they can effectively counter the threats that Patron Saints throws at them. So as long as they can stay about even in that early game, they were primed and ready for this late game. Now the Patron Saints are trying to get one more fight, and your Shiv goes low right away, but the Yamato could still walk in with that ultimate, but it looks like the Watermelons are basically just done with the siege. They take the Patron, they start to lose some of their Soul Rebirths, get some trades where they can, and they looks like they actually are just gonna stay. They might just try to end the game here, Shoddy, as here comes the dive on the pit here. The Geist goes down, gets Rebirth here, so no more Soul Rebirths left on the field here. It's 1-for-1 trade so far. The Patron is at half HP. A great lash ult's gonna send 2 into the base. Is that gonna be enough to hold them? We'll have to see. Down for the Watermelons. It looks like the rest are still trying to get some damage on the Patron, but no, it's not gonna be enough. The Patrons managed to hold for now. Yeah, they lose their base, but they managed to hold just for a little bit longer. That's definitely something to praise. And the Patron Saints still in this game have one more shot, at least one more shot to hold it.
Not done by any stretch of the imagination. Less Watermelons, they lost that Paradox early, and while, you know, it was fine, it was 5v5, in that base you really want to have some sort of CC in there, and Abrams just wasn't enough to deal with. He got almost immediately parried by that Shiv, and it was just so bad for him. And I think they really should have just gone out and took what they had. They overstayed too badly, and now Patron Saints are literally going to get all 3 walkers, possibly at least, well, definitely 1. But this much of a counter shove is going to be absolutely disastrous for less Watermelons. Yes, you have the Patron, but the soul differential might just be so different, so hard to try and take back at this point, that you might not be able to get back in this game. With that being said, Less Watermelons has been giving us an excellent performance so far, so I can absolutely see them getting something back here, but that was so good from the Patron Saints to get themselves back in this game.
Yeah, 100% here. Getting that Mystic Reverb as well onto the Yamato, who already has the Spirit Burn, the escalated exposure on the Vindicta. Those souls are exactly what they needed to hit the power spikes that they've been waiting for. So definitely back in this game. They have a shot. I will say, though, they did not quite get everything they would have asked for. I think they really wanted that second walker on the left-hand side as well, just to extend their lead even more. But for now, they're going to have to deal with one. This Lash now needs to be careful. This Abrams is angry. He does not want to let this Lash get away, but looks like he might not have a choice as the members are coming back. The Abrams, or sorry, the Abrams still living. The Lash does end up going down, so we'll see how long the Abrams can survive here in the middle of everybody in the Patron Saints. Somehow he's alive. Some great counterspell usage manages for him to get out of that fight in one piece somehow, and with the urn is up and the man up advantage for the Watermelons, they should have the advantage to grab this urn here, but looks like they are going to be going for the fight. The Page starts it off with the ultimate. The Haze now comes down with the ultimate onto the Shiv, who needs to get out. He needs to slice and dice out of here. The Bloodletting might keep him alive for now, but will that be enough? no, it looks like he does actually stay alive with 1 HP, but has the damage been done? The 7 does go down, but 3 members of the Patron Saints are already dead. So is that enough for Les Watermelons to take this game? And now with the Great Talon going down as well, surely that is going to be more than enough for the Watermelons to end this one. But first, they still have to shove the wave. They don't have anything in the base just yet, so they can't take the Patron for free. It looks like there's going to be a little bit more time for the Patron Saints to respawn here. 5v2, soon to be 5v3, as the Lash is respawning, does have that Death Slam as well. So take a close look at this Lash. They might be able to get something done if he can get something, but no, a shoulder charge, and that's pretty much all it's going to need to take away this Shiv. The Shiv goes down after taking the Abrams out as well, but that is not the trade you want as a 4v2 in the Patron, in the pit. We'll see if that is enough for the Watermelons. It looks like they're just waiting for their wave to come in, and there we go. The Patron starting to go out. Here comes the Death Slam. Only gets 1. Actually, no, gets 2, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. The Haze goes down. The Paradox goes down. They're still in the pit. Will they have enough damage? It looks like no, maybe not. The 7 is not there in time. The Geist finds the swap. There finds the bomb. There's so much damage. The Patron getting very, very low, about 20% HP, but no, they're all going to be going down. The 7 tries to through. Can the 7 clutch it? Can the 7 end the game on his own? 1 HP, and he does it. The Watermelons are going to be taking the series 2-0. The 7 with the hero play manages to secure the series and to move them on to the semifinals.
Fantastic play from Les Watermelons there. They had a bit of a rough start, but every single time they got an inch, they took a mile. Everything was so impactful for every single one of them. They turned that small advantage, even the counter push. They got in with the rejuve, they got into the base, and even though they had an entire team wipe, they were able to almost immediately turn that around, get that 1 Lash pick, turn that entire thing into a victory. Such a successful thing for the Les Watermelons there. Absolutely fantastic play. And the Patron Saints, they put up one hell of a fight as well. It was not a bad game for them at all. That Lash ult near the end almost sealed the entire deal. But as we see, like, even though that Shiv was doing so much and that Vindicta had 19 assists, you just couldn't deal with the amount of pressure that Sapphire Flame was putting on to this game. That Haze pick put in so much work. So did that 7, and I gotta say, even though I was a bit doubtful of it first, that Page was definitely a difference maker with that 24k healing.
Man, that was an absolutely insane game. I mean, the fight, I kept trying to pass it over to you, but it just kept going and going, and there was no time. It just kept fighting over and over again, the longest fight of all time, and then the 7 coming in for the little, the last second finish here. I think he had about a sliver of health as well at the end of that, so literally coming down to the absolute wire. So, well played to both teams. I think 2 great games. It was a 2-0, but probably one of the closer 2-0s that you will ever see in Deadlock. So well played to the Patron Saints for keeping it close, keeping it entertaining for us. And we hope to see them next season as well. Definitely a great effort all around. But the Watermelons moving on to now the semifinals, going to be, putting up with the tough task of taking on the Groglodites, who we saw last series just absolutely demolish the Goo Creatures overall and have been undefeated this season so far. So I'm excited to be seeing that tomorrow, but that will just be tomorrow, as right now, if you take a look at the bracket here, the Groglodites and the Watermelons are going to be advancing to the semifinals, whereas on the other end of the bracket, that is currently being still streamed over at Death Slam events. I believe they are on Game 3, Boon Enjoyers versus Trophy Collectors. Make sure to go check that out after we sign off here. We'll be taking on, the winner of that rather, will be taking on Legoats, who did take a 2-0 against the New York Triad. So that is going to be it for us on day 1. Still have a little bit more, a couple, shout outs and things to get through before we get done here. So let's start out. First of all, obviously our second stream in our main events channel, the Death Slam events channel, still streaming right now. So make sure to check them out. Drop them a follow. Don't miss anything. That's where we stream pretty much all of the weekly Death Slam League games. And obviously, allows us to do multiple streams at once to get you guys all the content you need. So definitely shoot them a follow over there. Also our discord.gg/deathslam. Join us up there. You can get in on all the action if you want to play, if you want to maybe get into casting, get to the production team, or you just want to be a fan, a watch, and just be a part of the community. Feel free to join up there. You'll find all the information there for you. So check that one out here. I'll also do a little merch drop as well. We do have a merch store, Shoddy. Shouted it out last time, so I'll get a shout out this time. Point merch to check it out in the chat. We got a very, very cool little line of shirts and other merch, I guess, that you can end up buying to support us in the team. All of the proceeds do go right back to running these tournaments, running the prize pools, you know, making things good for you guys and the competitors. So any donations, any, you know, merch buys will be appreciated. We're looking to advance here as Deadlock gets more and more popular, so any support will be appreciated. But other than that, thank you guys so much for watching. I've been Jord. Shoddy, do you have any shout outs before we get done here?
I just want to thank all of our viewers for being here. It wouldn't be possible without all of you guys watching. Thank you all very much for watching. It means a lot to all of us.
Means a lot to me as well. Well, thank you everyone for tuning in. I believe there is still a game going on the Death Slam Events channel. I'm not sure if we're going to be hosting them or not, but definitely go over there to check them out to see how that game ends up going. And we'll see all of you tomorrow for day 2 of the playoffs. But for now, we're signing off. Thank you for watching so much. Have a good rest of your weekend.